Hi everyone, I hope you guys are doing great today. We're going to unpack August together. It's a lot slower of a month. Definitely, we have a total of 7 retrogrades by the end of the month. So it's a lot of slowing down, a lot of recalibrating, a lot of nostalgia that's going to be going on. But before we unpack it, let me just explain how I'm going to be doing this. I'm actually going to get right into the signs after doing a little lay of the land. And for each sign, I'm going to be unpacking with the major transits for the month, how it's going to be playing out in your energy, as well as focusing a little bit more on career than I normally do, because I've been getting a lot of requests for that. I'll pull some cards throughout, and we'll just see some of the focuses, right? So, but I'm going to unpack it for each of the signs rather than doing too much general. Now, depending on what you are, sun, moon, or rising, guys, you really should be watching for each. The moon is your emotions, and the moon's going to be a heavy hitter this month because we have a sandwich of moon energy going on. We really do. I mean, we have this, we have the new moon and we have 2 full moons going on, and sandwiched in between that, we have this new moon energy. So I'm going to unpack that, but the moon, very much about your emotions. So if you know your moon energy, you don't need to know your exact birth time to know what sign your moon is in, but look that up on a free birth chart calculator. At least look up your sun and your moon. Your rising sign is, you have to know your exact time of birth for that. I kind of feel like I'm talking about that with every video, but a lot of times we have new people joining the party, so I like to just lay it out that your rising sign will rule the house placement. That does not mean, though, that your sun and your moon do not matter, guys, okay? That's why you really have to listen to your sun, moon, and rising and put them together. Your sun will really be a lot more indicative of your career, your moon of your emotions, and your rising sign is really more about the path that you have to take. Remember, your rising sign is the path that you must walk in order to reach your sun energy, in order to reach your the ego consciousness of what it is that you're meant to be bringing to fruition. And we have to know about our moon because it rules our emotions. And sometimes we resonate a lot more with one of our energies than another, you know. And sometimes if you run your birth chart calculator and you know your exact time of birth, remember, anything that you have at 28, 29, 0, 1, or 2 degrees, you're that next sign as well. So if you're at 28 or 29, you have to look at the next sign, and you have to look at that interpretation as well. If you're at 0, 1, or 2 degrees, you have to look at the sign before that, because you're that energy as well. Okay. That's really important to note, because a lot of times we resonate very strongly with our cusp energies. So anyway, all of that being said, I don't remember if I said my name. It's Jackie. I'm a Western Whole House astrologer and tarot reader. I do focus on evolutionary astrology, and that is astrology through the lens of psychology. I do put a lot of weight on the nodes, on Chiron, and on Black Moon Lilith in my practice. If you'd like to work with me privately, the link to my booking site is in the description box below, as well as any codes for any specials that I might be running for the month of August. Okay, so all that's out of the way. So just generally the land, guys. I mean, in August, we're going to be feeling a bit nostalgic. It's a lot of times it's like that when we have heavy retrograde season. This is kind of special just because of what's been going on this year, having to do with Pluto and what's continuing to roll out. And we're just going to be experiencing and remembering situations, especially ones that happen only once in a blue moon. That relationship that we had that was so rare, that job opportunity that we had once upon a time that was so rare. These rarities that came up in our life, these special relationships, special connections, special opportunities, a lot of that's going to be woken up this month, because we do have the blue moon is actually going to be in Pisces at the end of the month on the 30th. But the moon is just going to be very, very lit up, because we have the moon energies are going to be sandwiched between 2 full moons. So the first one's going to be in Aquarius, and the one at the end of the month is going to be in Pisces. And then it's going to be sandwiched. The meat in the sandwich is going to be the new moon that's going to be happening in Leo in the middle of the month. So we're going to unpack all of this, but it's going to be a very emotional month because of what's going on with the moon. It's not very common to have to have all of this moon energy. It's just not, especially two full moons. My goodness. So remember, though, the full moon is bringing something to culmination, something to fruition. So that it means that some sort of crossroads has been reached, some sort of culminating point. Something has risen to the top. Something needs addressing, right? It's rising up to the top. Whereas the new moon energy is really making us realize what we have to pay attention to in order to manifest those things, right? So in a nutshell, that's kind of what it means. So it's going to be a month of endings and revelations and the realization that new beginnings and new strategies are definitely necessary. And again, and I'm going to say this, luckily, with the total of 7 planets in retrograde by the end of the month, the pace of life is going to be a lot slower, so that we're going to be able to process these things. We're going to be able to rest. We're going to be able to recalibrate, especially the last week of August, when Mercury and retrograde, Mercury and Uranus both end up, going retrograde as well. So with that being said, we're going to start unpacking one sign at a time. I'm going to start with our Aries friends. Okay, Aries, I hope you guys are doing great, great, great. So just looking down here at your chart. So the full moon in Aquarius, which is happening at the beginning of the month. And this happens when the sun in Leo it's going to be forming an opposition to that moon in Aquarius energy. It is happening at 9 degrees and 16 minutes in the sign of Aquarius. So even though you guys are Aries energy, if you have Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, or Aquarius energy between like 5 and 13 degrees as your sun, moon, or rising. I don't know which, if you're watching this for your Aries sun, moon, or rising, but if you have any big planets that are within that space, you would be feeling this most significantly. Okay. Now you're going to be feeling this in your 11th house of goals and gains, older siblings, friends, associates, money for the future, your goals for the future. And I have to tell you, I really, really like this energy for you guys. I want to just kind of go through the transits first for you, and then we're going to do like a little bit of a wrap up and focus on career. But with this full moon in Aquarius squaring Jupiter and Taurus in the 2nd house, for you guys, I feel like a lot of you are going to be in the space of thinking about your future, your finances for the future, and what do you need to do differently in order to manifest that. So you guys, you definitely have the wind at your back. I feel like a lot of you know this. I feel like this is going to be a very good energy for you. Now, just keep in mind though, like that Leo energy right there is the Leo sun energy. It's in that 5th house. And this is just going to be a very interesting energy for you, because you remember the full moon in Aquarius, it's working opposite Leo, right? So this is this kind of like, that Aquarius energy is in the 11th. So it's going to be hitting also on the 5th house axis, which is Leo, and Leo's a very me-based energy. And that's just something that's going to be hitting on the 1st, with squaring the 2nd house. So for a lot of you, there's some sort of situation going on with your children, situation going on with a significant other, maybe even some sort of business opportunity that you're trying to figure out. And you're realizing like, that's it, we have to do something. I have to do something having to do with anything like that. So it could even just be, how connected do you feel as you move into the future with this relationship? Are you worried about the future of your children? Is something going on maybe with one of their businesses, or are they starting a business? Or is there something going on with one of your grandchildren, right? 11th house is also grandchildren, or something going on in the life of one of your children pertaining to them having children or not, right? That could also be a situation there as well. But a lot of you are going to be really looking at, because this particular full moon on the 1st in Aquarius and in the 11th house is going to be squaring the 2nd house of your money and what matters to you and your stability. And then looking also sort of in this tension with, am I going to have enough money for the future? But there's so much thought going on here, Aries. I feel like, am I going to have enough for my retirement? Are my kids going to be okay? Do I have enough? Are my kids in order here? Do they need things? Do I need more money for my kids? Do I need more money for my business as we go into the future? So all like your mind is going to be popping. I'm telling you, even though this is energetically like a slow down month, your mind is just going to be boom, boom, boom. And a lot of it has to do because the North Node is in your sign right now, which I think is really good. Now, let's move it forward. We're talking about this moon sandwich, first of all. So the top piece of bread is this full moon in Aquarius, which is in your 11th house. Now, the meat is going to be happening in that Leo energy in the 5th house, having to do with your relationship, your children, monetizable talents, your own business. This could even have to do with vacations, just your basic joy, being happy. That's the meat and potatoes of it. What do you have to do in order to make yourself happy in this space? Because that's what new moon energies are about. It's new moon emotions. How am I feeling about where I am here in mid-August based on how everything is rolling out? Now, this energy is squaring Uranus in Taurus in the 2nd. Now, Uranus is not retrograde. He is in pre-shadow. He's been in pre-shadow since May, so no beg. It's just like whatever. But, you know, Uranus is revolutionary energy. I mean, he's all about something's got to give, something's got to change. And in that 2nd house, it's like, do you feel like your needs are being met? You know, because that 2nd house is your self-esteem, your sense of self. How well will you be able to nurture yourself, take care of yourself? What is your money looking like? What is your health looking like? Right? Because the 2nd house rules the mouth. So it rules anything that we put in our mouth, whether it's food, whether it's drink. It is the internal body as well. And so it's like, am I in a good space here, you know, physically, mentally, emotionally, as I'm moving forward? Because that mid-month energy in that moon energy having to do with Leo is really going to be like, all right, man, I got to do A, B, and C a little differently here. It's going to be happening. And now the full moon in Pisces, which is going to be rolling out on the 30th, that's going to be happening in your 12th house. So the 12th house is a Pisces ruled energy, and it's going to be conjunct Saturn retrograde in there, also in that 12th house energy. So there's going to be a lot of like behind the scenes planning. Where have you been selling yourself short? Where have you been sacrificing your own happiness for everybody and their mother? You know, and realizing like, okay, hold on a second. There needs to be a recalibration of all of this. There's a lot of you are going to be remembering what you were dreaming about once upon a time. You're going to be remembering, you know, I used to dream about having this kind of house, that kind of job, this kind of relationship. Or a lot of you may even be realizing like, how did I kind of dip away from my spirituality, you know, for so long? Or maybe I'm looking at it through the wrong lens. So a lot of this can be coming out this month for you, but very mental, because all of that is happening in the house of the hidden, behind the scenes. It's also a space of self-sabotage though, guys, right? So you just want to be very mindful of that. You want to be very balanced energetically as you're going into all of this, okay? Now, full moons, whenever they happen, it's like we bust forth with these proclamations and the outpours of fresh and new. And they seem fresh and new, even though they've been cooking underneath the surface, just because they're not totally put into play. So again, a lot of these feelings are going to be illuminated, attitudes are going to be illuminated, especially in circumstances that already exist. So that's where I say there's going to be a lot of epiphany energy. Now, that going back to that new moon and Leo energy, this is so good for everything Leo. So such a good energy to say, that's it. I'm going to focus differently on a business. I'm going to open a new business. I'm going to focus on my children in a different way. I want to help my children, or anything having to do with kids. Really nice energy there. Or you could even say mid-month, that's it, man. I need a vacation. Because vacations are very Leo, the very 5th house. You may feel very ready to take a risk on something. This is something that's going to really push you into the space of risk taking. The only thing I want to tell you there, Aries, is just be a little careful while Venus is retrograde until September 3rd. And then Mercury is pre-shadow going to be retrograde until the middle of September. So this is a great time to strategize, do your research, but maybe not pull the trigger absolutely on any sort of, you know, business opportunities. I really wouldn't do anything until like, third week in September would probably be a better way to go. But anything like that would be really, really good for you. Anything else I wanted to talk about here having to do with that? No, I think that's pretty cool. But just keep in mind that it is tightly squared Uranus and Taurus. So there could be some, this suggests to me some surprises, rebellion, or sudden events when it comes to circumstances surrounding money, stability, possessions, or your sense of self regarding a romantic partner, your children, your business, or whatever it is that you take part in that brings you joy, anything like that. Now, and just keep in mind with this full moon at the end of the month on Pisces, it's also happening with Virgo, right? Because it's whenever we have one side is always that axis is always lit up, right? So it's that Virgo Pisces polarity, which is very much the service, the axis of service. It's all about service, and it's like balancing, your day-to-day responsibility and functions and routines, your physical health, and the need for order, the need for balance in your spiritual health, some sort of order in wherever there is disorder in your life. That is the best way to put it, So problem-solving energies are going to be very, very, very lit up. Now, you just want to watch out for any like fear-driven moves in this energy. Just be careful of that, especially, when it comes to especially if you feel like you are seriously like martyring yourself for a situation where you've been overly giving and where you could just come in and say, that's it, I'm not doing jack for you anymore. You want to just make sure that you're balanced. Not that you would do that, but I'm just saying the energy could definitely be there because Uranus is doing some funny stuff this month. Okay. Now the sun is going to be entering Virgo. So that's going to be happening in your 6th house. So your focus can actually shift for everybody, all of us. What does the sun of Virgo mean? It means shifting to the pieces of the puzzle for everyone. Now, for you, it's all about problem solving in your day-to-day, problem solving in your work environment, because 6th house is your daily work environment. It's your health, mental, physical, emotional. It has to do with the people who work for you. The 6th house also begins legal proceedings or legal situations as well. It definitely has to do with open enemies too. And just looking at the pieces of the puzzle, Virgo is very critical. So whenever the sun is in Virgo, our sun, that's the focus, right? The focus is on whatever house is illuminating with the sun that month. So for a lot of you, it's going to be either your health, your daily work environment, or problem solving. And it's very super practical. Attention to the details of every day. It's not fun. It's not sexy, but it's going to be so nice to be able to just go in and take care of unfinished business. And whatever that means to you. This is such a supportive time to get organized. The sun of Virgo is such a nice energy, and to have it in your 6th house, it's so like getting it organized. So good for improving communications at work. Especially, when anybody really that you deal with in day to day, even though Mercury's in pre-shadow, I don't mind Mercury retrograde. And I'm a Gemini, I'm ruled by Mercury. Virgo is ruled by Mercury, which is why I think, it will be a thing for you. Look out, think twice before you say anything. That's it, just in your day to day. But let's talk about Mercury retrograde. So that's going to be happening from August 23rd all the way through September 5th. And this is going to be happening in your 6th house as well, in that space. It happens 3 times a year. What are you going to do? I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's 6th house. So day-to-day work environment, quadruple read, whatever contracts you're signing. We could feel very misunderstood. We could feel like our voice is a little invisible. We could feel a little unappreciated when Mercury goes retrograde in the 6th house, because the 6th house is very responsible. It's very of service. And when Mercury's retrograde, you could be feeling a little misunderstood. You could be feeling, that way. Okay, so Mercury rules everything from, speaking, negotiating, buying and selling, listening. So when you could feel like people, you're just not listening to me, or you would feel like when you're speaking, you're not being heard the same way. So just be really patient with yourself and figure out a couple of different ways to say whatever it is you need to say. It also rules formal contracts, documents, travel, Mail, it rules the mail as well. So anything like that. When Mercury is retrograde, we want to just allow ourselves some extra time. We have to live life. It's ridiculous not to do anything. But just keep in mind that you may have snafus along the way. All right. Just that's it. And I'm not going to even say don't start a new job. I don't even say that anymore. It's just ridiculous. We have to live life. Just understand that anything that you're signing or anything that you're starting brand new during the retrograde may ultimately not look as you thought once the retrograde ends. So maybe that job's not as good as you thought, or that contract's not as great as you thought, whatever it is. Now, Mercury retrograde is also a really good energy, though, for rethinking and revisiting a problem in the sixth house. So you have a lot of supportive energy there. And that's definitely the positive side to Mercury retrograde. Reorganizing, reflecting. We look at the world a little differently through a little bit of a different filter. We can come up with some really good inner revelations, a lot of solutions that we literally did not see, up until this point. It could be a little difficult. Everything needs to be very rationalized in this energy for you guys, which is fine. You're going to be very aware. There's a heightened level of awareness, because Mercury is very quick and could be very scattered, and so when he goes retrograde, it's like almost like a grounding energy of him, where he's like, okay, let's find a solution. Let's calm down and reflect and reorganize and recollect ourselves. So I kind of feel like that's not such a bad thing. And in the Virgo energy, listen, it's all about being critical. The only thing is you do want to be careful because it is in Virgo. And it's, and Virgo actually lives in the sixth house just naturally. So you really want to be careful that you're not too critical or hard on yourself, especially when it comes to like your health and your perception of, of your own health. You don't want to be too hard on yourself. You also don't want to be too hard on other people who you share that day to day. You just want to be careful of that. A lot of you might be returning to some sort of past projects where you're refining or tweaking them. Really good energy to knock around the house also for like recycling stuff, recycling them in a different way, multi-purposing things. Okay, so then moving on August 27th, we do have Mars entering Libra. So that's happening in your seventh house of marriage, serious relationships, contracts, medical professionals who you might be dealing with, people who you service in your industry, they're all seventh house. Okay. Now, Mars in there, that could bring a little bit of fighter energy for sure. You don't want to be too argumentative. And this is what's interesting. Mars in Libra. Mars is a warrior. Libra, the glyph is the scales. It's all about fairness. I've been talking about this in my last couple of videos, that just naturally, you guys are the north node of the moon now, and the south node is this Libra energy. So you're really going to be looking at who's been treating you unfairly and in your serious relationships. So for a lot of you, it's going to be like you're looking at the quality of your clients. Are they appreciating you? You're looking at your marriage partner. You're looking at your closest friendships. You're looking at what matters to you in your life. You might even be looking at your children and just being like, what the hell? Right? Like, am I being treated fairly? Are my emotional needs being met? Because remember, the south node's getting activated with this, right? With that Mars energy in there. And Mars is your ruler. So there's going to be a lot of a calling out where it's like, this is not fair. Where maybe if you have a boss, the boss is also seventh house, boss of bosses, or a business partner, have they been treating you fairly? Have they been transparent? Are your emotional needs being met? Has there been dishonesty? Have there been a lot of empty promises or lip service? A lot of smoke and mirror energy. You're like done with that. And you're not going to be quiet about it. And that's the thing with Mars in there. But what's funny is with Libra actually hates confrontation. Libra doesn't like it. Does not like it. And you probably like this in your very serious relationships. Like you may end up saying things rather passive aggressively under your breath, a little in passing or a little sarcastic. Normally that, and Mars in there though, it's going to be, you're not going to want to be the bad guy. You're not. You're going to be really indecisive about how it is that you know, something should be handled. You don't want to be that way. But here you're really going to win an argument. You're definitely going to win a minute. I'm just looking at your policemen's here. You could be very indirect in your approach, very inclined towards mental debates. You know, even if you're trying to make the person comfortable and you're trying to come off as very fair. Again, passive aggressiveness is definitely a shadow side of this energy. And then you could be angry at yourself if you end up agreeing to things where you're like, geez, why did I do that? You know, where if you're too conciliatory, where if you're like, yeah, all right, you know, okay. It's like, no, right? Because here you're in this space, first of all, of this warrior energy, and you're in it for the next 18 months, right? But what are you a warrior for? You want peace and you want justice. That's what you want, right? And you're just going to be trying to strive a balance between all of that. So we have this Uranus retrograde in Taurus, August 28th, all the way through January 27th. So every year Uranus goes retrograde for like 4.5, 5 months, you know, so it's not like this crazy thing, but this particular one, the pre-shadow started back like in May, around May 12th, 13th. It's going to be going all the way to January 22nd. The post-shadow is not going to be out of there until, he's not going to be out of post-shadow until May. But what does it mean? During this cycle, your desire to make changes in your life can very much turn inward as you get in touch with what might be holding you back from living more spontaneously and a lot more authentically. And this is a really good energy actually to do a lot of planning, because when Uranus is retrograde, we're thinking a lot about our future, because Uranus rules the future. Uranus rules technology, rules the masses, right? The masses, humanity, right? Everybody out there. And so we're going to be thinking about all of these things, right? But we're going to be going in. And I just want to say, it's not a really comfortable energy when the switch happens, which is going to be happening the end of the month. It's going to be fine, but it's that energetic directional shift that we sort of have to get used to. So if you feel a little crooked the last week of the month, it's just because of that, but don't sweat it, because whatever. I mean, it's just that energy. Now, Venus, the planet of pleasure and relationships and money, is, you know, it's retrograde all month long. I spoke about this a lot more in the astrology of last month, so I don't want to overspeak it. But obviously, Leo, in your fifth house, that Venus retrograde is going to be activated by a lot of these other energies that are going to be going on. So there can be a lot of rethinking, reevaluating, and reassessing some sort of financial situation pertaining to your children, financial situation pertaining to a business. There could be flooding your consciousness, the energy of like a relationship from your past. You can hear from somebody from your past. You can think about going back to a business that you did once upon a time, picking up a hobby that you did once upon a time, taking a chance on something that you really wanted to at some point, right? But Aries, I have to tell you, generally speaking, you do have the wind at your back this month, and I think you're feeling it. With that North Node in your sign, it's really helping you find your true north, right? Really like that path that you're supposed to be on. And with your planet, your ruling planet Mars in Virgo all month until the end of the month, you're going to seem very focused on figuring something out. So much problem-solving energy here. So even with so many planets retrograde, August is such a fabulous month to fix anything in your life that needs either enhancement or balancing out, especially when it comes to wellness and daily habits. And then that Mercury retrograde from August 23rd all the way to September 15th, this is going to boost your efforts. So if your finances have been fluctuating, Uranus going retrograde should bring you a well-deserved break from August 28th all the way to that mid-January energy. So let's focus a little bit more now, Aries, on your career. So August presents a lot of exciting career prospects for you, I feel like. You know, with your ruler, Mars energy, your ruler forming some really good aspects here. Expect some experiences to really elevate and surge your motivation and your confidence this month, which is really nice. It's kind of like a newfound enthusiasm that's going to ultimately end up pushing you to take some challenges. And for many of you, this is going to mean a new career opportunity, networking, collaboration, very important to practice this month, allowing you to build beneficial professional relationships. Now, it could be online, it could be in person, whatever, but, open yourself up to that. Just be careful. You want to be careful not to let impatience and impulsiveness cloud your judgment. It's by channeling your energy effectively and clearly, you can make a lot of really good progress in your career during August, but, just some advice: embrace the new challenges with confidence, but just remember to be patient and tactful in your interactions. Like that's definitely the way to go. So that is what I have for you, my Aries friends. I hope that was helpful in some way. I will see you guys next time. Pull a couple of cards for you, my Aries friends. I'm so sorry I forgot to pull some cards for you. I was so busy talking about all that good stuff that I do feel like is happening. It's going on with my cards. They feel weird. Well, you know what? It's split at the Three of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles. Can you guys see that? We have the Ten of Pentacles. Very nice. And it just wanted to split. The deck wanted to split at the Three of Cups. I like these energies for you guys. 3 is a great energy for new beginnings, for support, for healing. And the Ten of Pentacles is fabulous energy of for communication, doing something that really matters to you. So this could indicate Ten of Pentacles, bringing something to fruition, whether it's a relationship, starting that business, figuring something out, some sort of really beautiful aspect having to do with your family. Very nice energy there. All right, so that was sort of like pushing its way out. Let's actually pull. We have Nine of Cups energy, very beautiful, wishes manifesting, nothing to be mad at there. Feeling a lot more connected to your own heart this month. We do have the Five of Cups. Now, this can indicate something needing to end before you feel absolutely ready for it to end. You're going to be fine. It's only a 5. It's a minor arcana. So this could have to do with a relationship, a financial situation. Something had to end, but you're going to be fine. It's this energy of moving forward here. Let's pull one more. Oh, we have the Lord of the Winds and Breezes, otherwise known as the Knight of Swords. Knight of Swords energy is definitely expect the unexpected. This is a very emotional energy of highs and lows, truths being exposed, realizations hitting the scene. There might be a little argument, not even going to lie, and I'm really vibing kind of like a mid-month sort of thing around this moon energy. I feel like there's some like putting your foot down kind of thing, but everything is going to end up boding really, really well for you, Aries. So I do like this for you. Let's just pull one final one for the month. Beautiful. Queen of the Thrones, Queen of Air. Queen of Swords, and swords are air. I love it. So this is you being very motivated to figure out, what is that person actually thinking? What do they actually really want? What is the truth? That's the Queen of Swords. She's very strong in the face of adversity, and she's very about being very practical in the truth of something. So that's going to be it's going to be lighting you up this month. So that truly is what I have for you, my Aries friend. See you next time. Taurus, I hope you guys are doing great. Exciting news about a creative work-related project is going to be hitting the scene in August. This could definitely be knocking at your door like as soon as the first day of August, the day of that full moon in Aquarius. Now, with your planet Venus in retrograde, she is your ruler all month long. August is a very introspective month for you. It really is. You're going to be doing a lot of thinking. I mean, you've been doing a lot of thinking. It's with Uranus in your sign, of course, and now Jupiter. But there's going to be a very introspective month. So give yourself some space to figure out how exactly you would like to move forward with your career, or a home related situation specifically. Now, around August 16th new moon, the information that you're seeking, that you're looking for, that solution, it culminates, it comes to the surface. Something's going to rise to the surface. And while it might have a little bit of an intense vibe to it, it's going to bring you clarity, which is something that you need. It's a little bit of like, it's almost like a Three of Swords kind of energy that I'm getting. It doesn't have to be like the card of pain and drama like that, but it's a card of truth, you know, and that really is a Three of Swords, very much a card of the card of truth and realizing the reality of how something has rolled out. Now, just a little caveat here, Taurus, if an ex reaches out to you during the last week of the month, just seek healing and closure, but don't necessarily reopen your heart. Not with this Venus retrograde, you know, that's going on, right, as your ruler. So you want to be a little mindful of that. Now, I unpacked Venus retrograde in last month's astrology because that's actually when she went, but that is going to continue to be rolling out this month for you. But let's unpack this month. So the first thing we want to talk about is this full moon in Aquarius. And this is happening in your 10th house. So this is happening on August 1st. It is going to be squaring Jupiter in Taurus in your first house. So let's talk about this. So this full Aquarius has to do with the future, and the full moon is culminating, right? Something rising to the surface. And it's happening in the area of your career. Now, the 10th house is not only your career, it's also your public reputation, your standing in the world, the status of your relationships, any relationships that you're actually going to go long term with. Okay. So something is rising to the surface. Something is being realized here. So this could be very good if you put your CV or your resume out. This could certainly be a time where a new job offer is coming in, or some decision having to do with an important relationship is coming in. But it is squaring Jupiter, which is very connected to expansion in your first house. And the first house represents in your energy how it is that you start things, how it is that you meet things, right? And Jupiter is all about your truth, and it's squaring like so your truth is being squared with this. So some of you might be in this space where it's like, look, I have to understand that whatever I really wanted to roll out in my fantasy mind's eye, it's not going to roll out like that. So I need to understand this, and I'm going to look at things a little differently, having to do with that, your career, or having to do with that relationship, or whatever it is. But it's very supportive. This particular square the whole month is going to be emotional, but it really is looking at what matters to you. I mean, Taurus, you guys are all about having a strong foundation. You're all about worth. Yeah, you're worthy. We're all worthy, right? But you're worthy. Is Taurus equals worth, right? So whether it's the money that you make from the work that you do, your sense of self, your self-esteem, your couch and your house, all of your relationships, anything that has worth to you, it's not only money, it's things that matter to you. And Jupiter is the great benefic that recognizes like we need to move forward in our truth. So you're really going to be looking at it squaring. So some of you are like, look, man, I got to make some necessary changes in my career if I want to make the money to have the stability that I'm looking for. Or I'm really going to have to make some changes in how this relationship is rolling out because I'm not feeling very good about myself in this situation. I have to make some changes. The square is going to make it uncomfortable to keep things status quo in those areas that I'm discussing. Okay, so that's happening on August 1st. Now, this is on the other side of it is very good. So I don't want you to think this is a negative thing. Okay, now we have the full moon, which is that's the full moon. I'm sorry, the new moon in Leo is hitting on August 16th. So this is going to be squaring Uranus and Taurus in your energy as well. So we have another square here, but the new moon in Leo is happening in your fourth house of home, property, real estate, family, parenting. It could be connected to your parents. It could be connected to how you're parenting, right? And so with the new moon in Leo, it's very interesting because Leo does rule our children. It rules relationships, falling in love, love affairs, romance, joy, monetizable talents, our business. So new moon energy, guys, in the fourth house could have you thinking, maybe I want to start a business, a home-based business, or maybe I want to connect with my kids differently. or, you know what I mean? Because it's new, it's a new moon. The moon is very connected to emotions. The moon naturally rules the fourth house. So you're really going to be feeling this. So some of you are going to be just wanting to do something different to increase the joy, increase the happiness, increase the stability. Having to do with, if not a family situation, could certainly be like, all right, I'm ready to be happy in the space where I'm living. If you're not happy in the space that you are living towards, I mean, it depends on what else is going on in your chart. A lot of you are going to be like, I'm ready to go. Because, and this is, again, because of the way this is sandwiched between these full moons, this is going to feel very, very real to you. Very real. Now, because it's squaring Uranus, Uranus is about shocking surprises. Uranus also rules the future. Uranus rules technology. So some of you, and because it's in Taurus, and Taurus is the money that you make from the work that you do in that space, you know, I don't know, guys, I am just totally vibing that a lot of you are going to be either working from home, realizing that you want to sell your home and then invest that money. A lot of you are going to be very focused on stability, emotional and physical, both of those, very focused on that, with the end goal, shouldn't it always be, your joy. But the end goal could also be, for a lot of you may also be there's like this energy connected to either a relationship or your children as well, where it's like, I don't only want the stability for myself, you know, I want this, you know, maybe for my partner as well, or for my children as well. Even though that Leo energy is a very me-based energy, we have to understand that it's very me-based, it's very egocentric, but it's very loving. It's very kind. And so it's like such good intention is happening with this new moon energy, even if we're all feeling what others might perceive as being a little selfish. It's more like, no, I want this because I want to be able to have for my children, or I want this because I want to be able to connect with friends more. You know what I mean? It's like the desire, but so that you can engage and give to other people. And it doesn't only have to be money, it could even just be yourself. Like, I want this stability and security so that I could be more emotionally available to others in my life, right? Because it's the loudness, that the instability is just, you're not going to be able to not hear it. And again, you might have all the money in the world, but there could be something going on having to do with like a relationship or some other part of your life. Okay. So that's like the bologna in the sandwich, right? So we have the top piece of bread is the full moon in Aquarius on the 1st. Then the middle here is this new moon in Leo on the 16th. And then on the 30th, we have the full moon in Pisces, and it's conjunct Saturn retrograde in Pisces as well. Now, this is going to be happening in your 11th house. So what is coming to a culminating point there has to do with your goals, your gains, your friends. It could have to do with your older siblings. It could have to do with daughter-in-law, son-in-law, grandchildren, stepchildren. Okay, those are all the people who live in your 11th house. There could also be this realization, though, that you have to get out and network more, and to a little rubbing of the elbows. I mean, the full moon can actually bring this realization. In Pisces, it's like, you know, making your dreams happen, making your dreams come true. In order to do that, and I know that sounds very dramatic, but what it is that you really want, you realizing, you know, I need to get out there more. A lot of you are going to be realizing in the full moon energy that you've been taken advantage of by your friends, that you've been taken advantage of by all the people that the 11th house represents, any of those people. And you're going to be like, you know what? I'm not doing that anymore, right? A lot of you are going to be very in that space because you're going to be seeing very clearly, because it's conjuncting that Saturn retrograde. And Saturn is very much about karma. He's very much about responsibility. He's very connected to this idea of moving forward slowly but surely, but only with the right energies. And he's giving you these little nuggets of vision, so that you could see this part of your life, your goals and your gains. What are you going after? Are you, you know, and who are you traveling the road with? You know, because a lot of you may be in the space of being like, you know, I'm going to tell you in full disclosure, I'm a cusped moon. So I'm Gemini and Taurus moon. And I am so cussed because I resonate truly with like both of them when it comes to my emotions. And so I know already for in this energy, like I am DONE with how certain things that have rolled out with my older siblings. And it's like a lightness, like I see the truth of everything and they see the truth of everything and I'm just not accepting. And normally because I'm a Capricorn rising and I have Pisces in my third, I tend to be taken advantage of by my siblings. I do, and I know it, and I allow it. Well, historically I've allowed it, and I don't know, this year with all of the energies, it's like loving you from across the street, with the exception of two, but the other two, no. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, no, your gaslighting and jealous nonsense, it's not flying with me anymore. You need to just pay attention to your own life. And I wish you love and light, but you are not allowed in my energy anymore. And there's a lightness. Like what I would have struggled with at one time, it's like a light. And I know a lot of you are feeling this way because I do work with a lot of you Taurians. I do work a lot with a lot of you. And for me, it's my older siblings. For some of you, it's your daughter-in-laws or son-in-laws. I know, it could be anybody in that space, but I'm just giving that as an example there. Okay. So this is how this energy, this sandwich of energy is going to be rolling out, is you're going to be realizing where it is that you want to go, what it is that you have to do to get there. You're not going to be forgetting to remember yourself with the new moon and Leo energy. And then you're going to be realizing at the end of the month, it's like, no, I'm not willing to do that. Now, at the same time, a lot of you are going to be remembering like what it is that you wanted to do once upon a time as far as like a life goal. And you might be revisiting it differently, but revisiting it nonetheless and giving it a go. Really nice energy to do that in Taurus. Now, on the 23rd, the sun does move into Virgo. So whenever the sun moves into a sign, that is the focus for the month. And for you, it's in the 5th house of your joy, of monetizable talents, of falling in love, love affairs, romance, your children. This is a very nice energy to open yourself up to meeting somebody new. It really, really is. This is a very nice energy for you, Taurus. And you know what? If you are scared and you're still like not healing from something, get out and just make some new friends. Do something fun. Do something fun. Don't be too critical. Don't be too hard on yourself, and don't be too hard on other people as well. Sun and Virgo energy in the 5th house, we have to be careful that we're not too critical on our relationship partners, on our children. We don't mean to. We're equally critical of ourselves. We don't mean to be that way. So, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. You really kind of want to be in front of that if you can in that 5th house energy, because you don't want to be so hyper focused on what's wrong that you're not recognizing what's good there, right? And then moving forward, also on the 23rd, same day, sun goes into Virgo, Mercury goes retrograde. Same day, 5th house, same space. So with that Mercury retrograde, I really, really, really want those of you who are thinking about the kind of parent you've been, or thinking back to your own childhood, be really self-loving and exercise a lot of empathy and self-care when Mercury goes retrograde, when the sun goes into Virgo, with these banana energies that we're having here. Because it's going to 5th house is the natural landlord there. It's Leo, and Leo energy, we're in, going into Leo season. We've been in Leo season rather, and going into Virgo season. So Leo energy is very popping, and it's very connected to our kids. It's also very connected to our early childhood. It's connected to the inner child within us. So a lot of us, there could be this energy where it's doing a lot of introspective thinking with Mercury retrograde about the past, and about how, maybe you weren't able to feel so in touch with your, inner child, and that ended up manifesting in how you ultimately ended up parenting. I'm just giving that as an excuse. Or some of you maybe haven't heard from some of your children, one of your children, at a long time. They could be giving you a call, or you could be reaching out to them, and you could be having a conversation, because Mercury retrograde again is like reconnecting. You know, and the fifth house again is children. You could be hearing from somebody who you used to do something like some sort of hobby with. That's really normal in this space as well. You can absolutely also be hearing from an ex-partner. I mean, hello, it's the fifth house, right? You'd be like, huh? You know, or you might even feel motivated to reach out to somebody. And again, you know, if that's the case, again, heal. Don't jump back into anything. Just be super, super careful there, because it just may not be all of the butterflies and unicorns that reconnection kind of conversation could be. It just may not actually be that in reality. So moving on to the 27th, we do have Mars going into Libra, and this is happening in your sixth house. So Mars is that warrior energy, and Libra is very much about fairness. So some of you may be really looking at your work environment, daily work environment, and it's like, is this fair? Is it not? And with that South Node energy in there, you're like, you know what? If I'm not vibing in, I think I got to get out. Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? Because Mars is that warrior energy. But what's interesting is that when Mars is in Libra, because Libra is ruled by Venus, there's, you know, typically there's really not a very strong desire to be confrontational, right? And we don't like confrontation wherever our Libra energy is. It's like, we just don't like it. We could try to say things, but it's handled in a lot more of a passive aggressive way, under our breath, a little more you know, indirectly. So we do, because it is working with the South Node energy. So we do want to be a little careful there. I just want to say that with Mars in Libra there. Don't be surprised if there are arguments with a significant other over daily responsibilities, just like the stuff going on around the house, the day-to-day, because Libra does rule those serious relationships. There could be some falling out with bosses. Your boss or bosses might just be getting under your skin. You could have clients that are getting under your skin, and the Libra energy rules all of those people. Mars, again, is that warrior energy. And Mars, though, the reason why Mars is the tower in tarot is because Mars sends us a lot of red flags, right? He's very kind in that way. It's like, hey, look at this. This might not be great. And we ignore them because, ew, who likes red flags? They're so inconvenient. And none of us do. It's part of the human condition. We're very good like that. It's like blinders. But then Mars is just like, okay, listen, you know, I got to come in, and I have to show you how there's got to be some sort of necessary surrender to how things you've been relating in this part of your life. So for some of you, maybe it has nothing to do with another person in the sixth house. Maybe it's you, and it's your health, because the sixth house is your health, mental, physical, emotional. Have you been taking really good care of your health? Now, that said, I love Mars in the sixth house for exercising. Mars rules exercise. It's so good. Now, Mars also rules surgery. And in Libra, very nice energy there. Supportive, very supportive if you have to get anything done. But that sixth house energy, you know, it's very much about body maintenance, right? So having Mars in there, you have a lot of energy to go for a walk, right? And I really recommend it, because that sixth house is also the house where you're of service in your daily life. So you're going to have a lot of energy in there. So you're better off sort of getting out some of your heightened energy within your sense of self, so that you could be a little more chill when you're dealing with people in your everyday life. Now, the last thing I want to mention here is Uranus going retrograde in your sign. It is in your first house, and this is happening on the 28th. It's going to be going all the way through the winter time. So the only thing I want to say is the end of the month, right? Those last few days, well, the last week, I guess, it could feel a little uncomfortable when Uranus goes retrograde, because we have to acclimate to the energies. But it's really more of an introspective energy. You're going to be thinking about your future, and you're going to be thinking about how it is that you need to approach things differently in your life. And I like this, especially because the North Node just on the 17th of July just left your sign. And so now the dust is settling, right? So over the next 6 months, the result of having the North Node in your sign for 18 months, you know, up to July 17th, is now going to really start to show itself, right? And I like this for you guys. I honestly do, because it's going to be, it's going to be a bit grounding, because it's been really hard having Uranus in that first house. So at least you have like 4.5 months of a little bit of a reprieve if you've been like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what the hell to do, if you've been like that, because this is happening in your sign. So it's a little bit of a wild card placement. So if you didn't know what to do, having to do with that job or that relationship or whatever, you know, whatever the situation was, it can happen in any part of your life. But I do feel like you're going to get a little bit of a reprieve though. So that's good. Now, before we end, I want to just talk about a little bit about career, and then I'm going to pull a few cards for you. So August presents a period of introspection regarding your career goals and your aspirations. Even though you may feel pretty uncertain about your current path, that's the very thing that's going to end up leading you to reevaluate your long-term plans. And that's the stuff that's going to be coming up in this moon energy. You know, this is an excellent time to focus on personal development, enhancing your skills through courses or workshops. And by the end of the month, you are going to gain a lot more clarity about your career direction, which once you do that energetically, it's going to lead you to new opportunities. So it's essential for you to really, really trust your instincts and not to rush into anything that you feel is any sort of impulsive decision. Okay. So take time to reassess your career goals and invest in your personal growth. Do not be afraid to do that. Trust your intuition, and that's your intuition. Your intuition is actually what's going to guide you on the right path, my friends. Okay. So let's pull a few cards and see what the messages are. Wow, I just feel so much. I feel like 4 different things wanting to come out. So let's pull 4 cards. We have the moon, ruler of flux and reflux, and the moon and reflux, right? Which is what it's interesting, because the moon rules stomach issues that could come from acidic, from reflux, literally. So let's hope none of you have that. But the moon's all about your emotions, right? And for a lot of you, there's going to be a lot of focus on your home environment. How emotionally stable do you feel? What's going on with your kids? How are the choices that you're making in your life impacting them, you know, impacting your emotional stability, really looking at all of these things. Wow. And we have the hangman, you know, here we have, this is Neptune energy in astrology, very spirited energy. So Neptune is the ruler of the ocean, is the land, is the lord of the 12th house of sacrifice, victimization, but it's also self-sabotage and behaviors. So let's pull the other 2, and then we'll pull these 4 cards together. We have the Empress, very nice there. And one more. Oh, we have the Lover's energy. Holy smokes, Taurus. I'm telling you that I'm not surprised these came out. We have 4 very powerful major arcanas. Major arcanas are longer lasting energies. So we have the moon working with the hangman, working with the Empress, working with the Lover's energy. And the Lover's, remember, is Gemini. In numerology, the Lover's energy is connected to the devil. So whatever's been out of balance definitely needs to be in balance so that you can move forward as you're meant to in your life. The Empress is very connected to, she's straight Venus, which is the baby benefic. It's all about self-esteem, your money, and being able to move forward in your life, right? So something's got to be balanced out. Now, if it has to do with your career, you don't want to go for the option with this Lover's energy for the thing that is easiest, all right? Or like make it all about money. You don't want to do that, okay? You want to make it like thinking long term, right? And here with the hangman energy right now, you might feel like you're dealing with some unfair stuff at work. You might feel like stuff's going on and you're like, okay, I'm not sure. Maybe even with your friends, you may feel like there's stuff going on and you're just like not aware of it. You know what I mean? If that's the case, don't make any big decisions. Don't make any big decisions because we have all these retrogrades anyway. Just kind of know in your heart, Taurus, that any delay that's happening right now is protecting you. I promise you that. I promise you that, you know, because you might be feeling a little vulnerable right now, a little disappointed, a little disjointed, a little disillusioned, you know, with this moon energy. little emotional, feeling a lot, not saying a lot. So don't worry if there's a delay, hang in there, okay? It's going to pass. It's going to pass. And whatever delay is happening right now is protection, okay? I hope that was helpful, my friends. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Jam, I hope you guys are doing great. So let's talk about August, okay? Now, you might have to look for a little extra patience this month, right? Me too. You guys know I'm a Gemini sun. Yeah, like with Saturn retrograde being activated in the highest point of your chart, which is very connected to career, long-term goals, the status of your most serious relationships. So it could be a marriage or a business partnership or even family connections. It could feel like you're the only one who's actually focused on getting stuff done. And that could be really annoying. Or at least you're feeling like this anyway. It's the way you're going to be feeling. So you really do want to take any sort of delays that you might be experiencing as opportunities for growth. Know that you're being protected as opportunities for growth, especially during the days surrounding August 1st and August 27th. The 1st and the 27th, just don't worry about it. Like, I'm not saying to make this month a wash, but understand there is energetically, there is so much more going on than you realize. Now, remember, I think I might have talked about this a video or two ago, is how the way that you're communicating is changing. You know, Pluto is really working on you in this particular area, which is why it's important for you to really think before speaking. Reread that message before hitting send. You know what I mean? Like, really think about it. Now, changes at home or with family, or maybe even some of you, if you have roommates, could begin to take place when Mercury goes retrograde on August 23rd. However, it's also a really good opportunity to figure out the real changes you should be making here once the fall arrives, you know, in that space. So a lot of you may be really unpacking situations having to do with property, real estate, family situations, situation with roommates, anybody like that. Okay. Now let's just go through the transits one at a time so I could discuss a little more specifically how it's going to be dealing with each of you. Then I'll mention how it's what I see as far as the month pertaining to your career, and then we'll pull some cards. All right, so starting off August, we have this full moon in Aquarius, and this is happening in your 9th house. So Aquarius energy is very focused on the future, on others, on friends, on it's rules. Aquarius is ruled by modern rulers is Uranus. The original ruler is Saturn. So there could be a lot of looking at responsibilities for your future. And in the 9th house, Gem, a lot of you might be getting like very serious about launching something, marketing, advertising, higher education, higher mindedness, your spirituality, some sort of situation pertaining to either importing and exporting foreign land, foreign travel, a lot of focus on maybe a foreign relationship. Or it could even be in higher education, even if you work in higher education, or if you work in the legal profession, because the 9th house also has to do with legal situations. It rules lawyers, legalities, local governance. So any of these things, right? But it's this very, like, it's a more somber real energy that you're going to be looking at, right, in this full moon in Aquarius in the 9th house. Now it is going to be squaring Jupiter and Taurus in the 12th. And so with that square, it's like you got to look at squares to the 12th house, which is where Pisces lives. It's like, have you been sacrificing your own happiness? Have you been dishonest about something? It could really go either way. Have you not been openly giving enough to a situation? Are you realizing, or at least feeling like, in that 9th house energy, you could be feeling like, why do I keep being passed over and overlooked? Why am I not having the more fortuitous energy? Right? Because the full moon in Aquarius in the 9th house, the 9th house is ruled by Jupiter. So Jupiter's energy is going to be very, very lit up, but it's going to be squaring the transiting Jupiter. So there's going to really be this face-off with the Jupiter energies here, where it's like, all right, what is your truth? Where are you going? Have you been showing up the way that you've been supposed, the way that you're supposed to? Have you been working at your job 100%. Trying to, get that project out there 100%. Have you been as dedicated as you're supposed to be? And some of you are going to be like, hell yeah, I have been. Why do I keep getting overlooked? And then there's going to be this realization, wait a minute, maybe we need to change strategy. Maybe we need to look at everything through a different lens. Maybe it's just as simple as asking for things differently, communicating differently, negotiating differently, because that's what this energy is going to be bringing. Now, the new moon in Leo, which is happening on, it's Leo energy is happening on the 16th, and it's happening in your third house. So we have, it's like a sandwich, right? So we have full moon in Aquarius on the 1st, and then we have the full moon in Pisces, the blue moon energy on the 30th. And then right in the middle on the 16th, we have the new moon in Leo, and it's going to be squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 12th house. So that Leo energy, keep in mind, it's a very me-based energy, and the third house is very connected to your siblings, extended family, old friends, daily conversations. It has to do with contracts, writing, social media, anything having to do with social media, your neighbors, your neighborhood, learning anything from like ground level. That's very third house. Ninth house is more like higher education, but that third house is more like anything from like preschool all the way through high school, or taking any sort of webinar, workshop, anything like that, that also falls within the purview of that third house energy. So new moon in Leo, there's going to be this realization that you want something new. You're feeling differently about what it is that's going to make you happy. You're thinking very differently about your creativity. You're taking a different approach to some sort of monetizable talent. You're taking some sort of new approach to your children. You're realizing that you have to do that with the new moon energy, realizing you have to, because it's squaring Uranus, which means that there's some sort of tension where something's got to change in that 12th house. So there's got to be some sort of like something from that 12th house has to be let go of. Either you allowing yourself to be victimized and used, or you not being loving and giving enough, or you self-sabotaging yourself in some way. Now, the third house is your mental realm. It's what's on your mind. And for a lot of you, with this Uranus and Taurus in the 12th house, a lot of you, what's on your mind is you're like, you may be saying, that's it. I have to take better care of myself. I have to eat better. I have to stop drinking. I have to start working out more. I have to stop doing whatever, spending so much money, whatever it is. Or just focusing more on bettering those parts of your life. Because that Pisces energy, it rules addiction, and it rules anything that we could possibly do that sabotages us. And with that Uranus and Saturn retrograde in there, there's going to be so much realization about where you're getting in your own way, whether it's having to do with your health, whether it has to do with relationships, or whether it has to do with your work situation. Now, what's kind of cool about this is that you're not going to be blaming yourself for everything. It's not going to be the kind of thing where there's going to be a lot of reality shining on it, where there's going to be like, wow, you know what? Those friendships didn't end. It ended up ending in my life. And I blamed myself for the longest time. But now, in retrospect, because of all of these retrograde energies that we have, now in retrospect, I'm realizing that I wasn't the only problem. It was a two-way street, but those definitely lessons that I needed to learn, exercising that, but then being really honest and saying like, you know what? I do need to give a little more of myself in that relationship. Or I need to give myself differently in my work. It's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to work on that. You know what I mean? Like that kind of energy, I think is going to be really, really beautiful for you. Now, the full moon in Pisces, which is on the 30th, and this is the blue moon, it's happening in your 10th house. So full moons can bring something to fruition, culmination. 10th house could bring a new job. It could bring some sort of new offer, some sort of new opportunity. Maybe you're getting a new home. Maybe you're getting married. These are all 10th house things because it's your long-term plans. So let's just say 10th house, your most public space in your chart, dealing with other people, moving into your future, something is coming to fruition there. Now, it is going to be conjuncting that Saturn retrograde as well. So there's going to be a lot of clarity there. So I like it because I'm saying this to a couple of the signs. You're not going to forget to remember yourself, but when you're remembering yourself, you're going to be very fair. So you're not going to make it all about you. You're going to be making it about what's good for the situation. So I really like that energy for you. There's a very mature approach to this. Really, very mature, which is nice because you guys are energetically meant, well, Geminis in general, we're meant, Gemini part of our chart, we're actually meant to become very mature in that part of our life, which is why the lover's energy, which represents Gemini, is a very mature approach to relationship where we're meant to balance things out. Now, moving forward, we have the sun going into Virgo on the 23rd, and this is in your 6th house. Now, the sun, whenever the sun moves into a house, that's the focus for the month, right? It's like the light is shining there. So sun in Virgo, in your 6th house. So there could be a lot of focus on your health, mental, physical, emotional, a lot of focus on your daily work environment, your daily responsibilities. There could be a lot of focus on pets, sun in Virgo, in the 6th house, because they're like, what's going on? Some of you might be rescuing a pet. Some of you may be, problem solving though, especially anything having to do with how your day rolls out. The 6th house is very much to be of service. So you may be changing the way in which your daily of service energy works. Please, 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 let me just get this in there. Do not stretch yourself too thin. There's going to be a tendency to do that. There's definitely going to be a tendency to do that, especially because I see a lot of you looking at your daily responsibilities differently. This new moon in Leo can have you learning something new. Right? Especially squaring Uranus, which has to do with the future, in Taurus, so that you can make more money. That 12th house energy could be like studying behind the scenes. So some of you may be learning some sort of new skill, leveling yourself up while trying to run your life. And it's like, so try not to spread yourself in like 12 million different directions. Just be careful of that, because you don't want to burn out. So what else? Mercury retrograde in Virgo also on the 23rd. We have those two happening together. The sun in Virgo, 6th house, Mercury retrograde in Virgo, that same house too. So a lot of you might be, going back to something that you used to do for work or revisiting a way that you used to work. Some of you may be revisiting old workout routines. Some of you may be rethinking your health and how it is that you take care of yourself. Some of you may be having some serious, flooding of your energy from old pets. I'm kind of feeling that already. I don't know why. I am definitely feeling that. My dog Brandy that I had for almost 20 years as a kid, my Irish setter, it's so beautiful. I don't know why. I've just been actually dreaming about him a lot lately. So it's interesting, that my sun energy is still, even though I'm a Capricorn rising, my sun energy is still feeling this because this is happening 6 houses away from me. Yeah, so Mercury and Virgo also going back to, there could also be old connections as well, there could be a revisiting of old issues coming up where now you have the solutions. You can be looking at people who you considered like kind of like open enemies at one point and just sort of healing all of that and just moving past all of that. It's a very healing energy. I feel like this Mercury retrograde in Virgo is going to be very healing for a lot of people. Now we have Mars going into Libra. So Mars in Libra, it happens on August 27th, and that's in your 7th house of relationships. So, try not to fight with your significant other or your boss or your clients or anybody like that, because it's Mars. And Mars in Libra does not like confrontation, but man, can there be an energy of passive aggressiveness like this, like nobody's business, So just be a little careful of that. Yeah, and this Uranus retrograde and Taurus, it's going to be happening in your 2nd house. So shocking. Uranus retrograde, when it goes retrograde, when any energy goes retrograde, by the way, it's heightened. So Uranus retrograde on the 28th, there could be some sort of surprise having to do with finances, because it's in your 2nd house. So some of you may be getting a surprise bill, or you might be surprised getting a job, right? The way in which you make your money on the day to day. Or there could be some sort of shocking something that comes in. Now, because it's happening in your second house, it's also lighting up your eighth house, which has to do with inheritance, insurance payouts, your partner's money, investments, so that this as Uranus goes retrograde in that space, it's going to be bringing a lot more peace to that space, especially if you've been really worried about money. Like less worry, less like I have to go out there and get this done. So there could be something settling up where you end up getting some money. I see that more than any sort of negative interpretation, but rest assured that if it is a bill, I'm really not worried about you figuring it out, if that makes sense, because it's like the money is going to be there. So let's talk about your career. So August is definitely going to bring a lot of positive changes for you, Gem. A lot of positive changes, a lot of opportunities for your career. And with Mercury, who's your ruler, in a very favorable position, your communication skills and adaptability will be, or at least I want to say, will want to be assets in your professional life. Networking events, social gatherings, all these things are going to be really good for you. They can open up doors for new collaborations and partnerships. You may receive recognition for your innovative ideas, for your problem-solving abilities, for some sort of project that you want to get out there, the way that you are dealing with it. But, like I said before, you have to be careful of not overcommitting yourself, and you really want to prioritize self-care to avoid burnout right now. So use your communication skills to your advantage to build new connections, but remember, set boundaries and prioritize your well-being, okay? You can't make it all about, because a lot's going to be coming in, and it's going to be the kind of situation where you're not going to want to say no to anything, because there could be a lot of opportunity coming in different directions. Totally get it, but you don't want to burn yourself out, okay? So let's pull a few cards for you. First card up is the 10 of Wands. That makes sense to me. Next one up, Knight of Swords. Shocking surprise. Ace of Cups. The Moon. Okay, some of you might be moving. Shock. 10 of Wands. 10 of Wands is like overwhelm. I've had it. That's it. I'm never going to get to where I want to go, have the energy of what the energy that I want to have. It's like recognizing that some part of your life, it's got to go. There has to be changes. It's like enough already. You know what I mean? And the Knight of Swords, it's like expecting and expected, but this is the thing. It's like this sudden truth is going to be realized. So it could be a little bit of a roller coaster energy. There's some sort of new beginning coming in with the Ace of Cups. So for some of you, you might be starting a new relationship, brand new, getting a new job, brand new, some sort of new project rolling out, really, really nice. Now, the moon is connected to that. So the moon rules Cancer. So it could be a new investment, something going on with your home, property, real estate, family situations. It could be a new beginning having to do with somebody who lives in your home. But there is this energy, it's very interesting, because I almost feel like there is this energy of like fear, vulnerability. You're feeling vulnerable as you enter this next space. I understand. But it's the Ace of Cups. So something that matters a lot to you is finally coming to fruition. So whatever that means to you. And with it working with the moon energy, some of you may be keeping it under wraps initially, because the moon could represent that. It's like your emotions, right? But it's like deep. It could be, it could show like hidden information. But a lot of you are making these choices in your life right now because you want to feel more emotionally secure. Like you just want to feel more emotionally secure within your life right now. And you will. So that is what I have for you, my Gemini brothers and sisters. I hope this was helpful in some way. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. See you guys next time. Bye-bye. Cancer, welcome to your August messages. So as the sign that is the most connected to the moon, you should be scheduling some serious like mental health days, or let's just call them serious self-care days on August 1st and August 30th. Those full moon days, you know, the first one's going to be in Aquarius, and then that last one, that blue moon energy, is going to be in Pisces. You know, definitely, because it'll be emotional for you, because it's the moon is so heavy this month, right? And you're ruled by the moon. This doesn't have to be a bad thing at all. It's just that's what you're going to be feeling. Make sure that your choices, though, aren't to like what it is that you choose to do, aren't like a breaking the bank kind of thing. Since Venus retrograde is asking you to tighten your spending a bit right now. And while this one really, that Venus retrograde energy is not going to end until September 3rd, by the time the sun enters Virgo on August 23rd, you should have a better idea of where you truly stand with your finances. Because I know a lot of you are feeling like very vulnerable in that space right now. So don't worry, as the month goes along, you are going to have a better idea of where everything is. Now, on that same day, Mercury does go retrograde as well in your sector of communication, bringing a 3-week period in which you do need to be a little more careful with your personal communication, and or allowing your fears to really get the best of your mind. You know what I mean? Because it's like, oh my gosh, if I don't have enough money, then I'm not going to feel secure, and I'm not going to have enough money for later on, or I won't have enough for A, B, and C, or, you know, this relationship, I'm not comfortable with where it's going. I'm feeling very, you know, like my feet are off the ground kind of thing, like really to kind of deep breath, seriously belly breath, my friends, right? And just say, this is just the energy, it's going to pass, you know? So let's talk about the transits. Let's start with August 1st. So the full moon, the first full moon energy in Aquarius is happening in your 8th house. So, you know, the 8th house is that, you know, none of the houses are bad or good, they just all kind of are. The 8th house, it's where Scorpio lives, and the 8th house is all about cycles and endings and beginnings. So it's the house of mortgages and debt and taxes and other people's money and the investments in the stock market. It also rules how we show up as a we in partnership. It also rules our partner's money. It rules intimacy and sex. It rules, you know, life and death, you know, people passing away, people being born, that kind of thing. Anything that's cyclical, absolutely anything that's cyclical. So that's the house that it's happening in, right? Now it's happening in Aquarius, which is all about something different, something different needed for your future. And it's squaring Jupiter, the great benefic, in Taurus energy, in your 11th house. So Taurus energy rules the money that you make from the work that you do, your possessions, everything that matters to you. Whatever you equate the word worth to is Taurus. So whether it's the money in your bank, the couch that you sit on, the house that you have, the relationships in your life, your sense of self, those are all Taurian energies, right? It's ruled by Venus, and Venus is retrograde right now. So looking at these things, reviewing these things, and that energy it's squaring Jupiter in the Taurus energies in the 11th house of goals and gains. And so when we talk about 11th house kind of money, it's like, am I going to have enough money for my retirement? If I'm going to have enough money to get married, am I going to have enough money to have a baby? Am I going to have enough money to do fill in the blank, right? That's 11th house energy. It's also the house of friends. It's the house of associates. It's the house of older siblings, stepchildren, grandchildren, daughter-in-laws, son-in-laws, all of those, right? So squaring the Jupiter energy, because Jupiter is all about moving forward. How are you feeling about all of those people in your life? And because the 8th house rules moving, are you moving away maybe from your grandchildren, your stepchildren, your siblings, your friends? Or is somebody moving out from you? Are you moving in? Because the 8th house energy really does deal with cycles, and it also rules moving, right? Because it's Scorpio ruled by Pluto, and Pluto rules moving, right? So there could be some sort of like realization of emotions around something like that, realization of emotions around how your friends are treating you, where it is that you're going in your life. You know, do you feel supported or not? So there could be a bit of an emotional day, but a lot of epiphanies is going to be a little different for each of you, because it depends on what's going on in your own personal chart. Now we have the new moon in Leo on August 16th. That is kind of like the meat in the sandwich of this moon energy. And that's going to be happening in your second house of the money that you make from the work that you do. Again, your sense of self, your self-esteem, and everything that matters to you. Now it's a new moon, which means new intentions, which means a new way of looking at things. And in Leo, it's really thinking about, for a lot of you, what are you really feeling about relationships? Because Leo is very connected to relationships, falling in love, love affairs. It's very connected to our children. It's very connected to our monetizable talents, our businesses, and our joy. So straight up, some of you just being like, you know what? I want to be happy. I want things to be different. I've been, kind of appeasing this narrative for all of this time. And now it's time for me to create different, because it's squaring Uranus and Taurus in the 11th house. So when it comes to like you thinking about the next 10 to 15 years of your life, you need different. So you're really thinking about your money, your sense of self, your self-esteem. Are your emotional needs being met? Some of you may be very focused on also maybe taking better care of your health, or a little bit of all of those things, because they're all being activated right now. Now, the full moon in Pisces, which is the blue moon, that's happening on August 30th. That's happening in your 9th house. Lots of negotiating, lots of communication happens in the 9th house, because the 9th house has to do with higher mindedness. It's a Jupiter ruled energy. So it's very focused on what is your truth as you move forward? What do you believe? Where do you stand? What is it that you want to be able to manifest? It's the house where God speaks to us, right? And like God speaking to you, what is he saying? And are you heeding him, right? Now that energy is conjuncting Saturn retrograde in Pisces in the 9th house as well. So Saturn retrograde, as we've been talking about, is like eyes wide open. This is what I have to do. These are my responsibilities. So it's like, okay, if I want to create a change here, that means I have to create change for myself as I move forward. So this can require, for a lot of you, changing your mindset, changing the lens through which you see things, changing the lens through which you communicate how it is that you need to move forward. Really doing a beautiful assessment of self and saying, if I want different, I'm going to have to be different and do different. And that's what this moon energy is really going to be bringing out. It just is. I mean, there's going to be this realization of what it is that you have to do in order to manifest different for yourself. Now, on the 23rd, we do have the sun going into Virgo. And so that's where the sun, the light, is going to be shining all month long, right? Once that sun goes into Virgo, it happens to be the 23rd is also the same day that Mercury stations retrograde as well. And those both are going to be happening in your 3rd house. Definitely be careful of how it is that you speak, but also be really careful of not being too critical of yourself. Do not beat yourself up. Please be self-loving. I mean, that, look, the sun in Virgo, it's like focus on being critical in your own mind of yourself. So you have to be really careful, but you don't want to be critical of others, especially in the 3rd house, of your old friends, of your siblings, of your neighbors or your neighborhood, or, people that you're connecting with on social media. Just try to really avoid being overly critical. This is like, take a break from that, or at least try to catch yourself. Now, Mercury retrograde in the 3rd, Mercury is retrograde in Virgo, and Mercury rules Virgo, and it's the 3rd house, which Mercury also rules, because that's where Gemini lives. So, honestly, this is such a nice energy for you guys to be learning something new as far as the skill set. Beautiful, like a webinar, seminar kind of thing, not going back to higher ed, but just learning something new. A lot of you may be hearing from an old friend and somebody who mattered at one time to you. You may be hearing from a sibling or two, or cousins who you haven't heard from in a while. That Mercury retrograde could certainly bring that back. Some of you might be picking up a book that you started writing at one point, and you're like, hey, I want to finish it. I want to finish writing that song, that poem, that screenplay, that manuscript, whatever it is. A lot of you can be very focused on that. But a lot of you may be thinking very much about your earlier years as well, and the early years that you spent with family. So that is another way that this could manifest. Now, moving forward, Mars into Libra. So this is happening in your fourth house of home. And the thing is this, because of this retrograde energy with Mars in Libra, a lot of you may be in this space of like, A, B, and C is not fair and has not been fair or was not fair within the home environment. And rather than dealing with it head on, there could be a lot of passive aggressive energy that ends up rearing its head. So just be super careful, friends, okay? Because that's what's funny. It's like Libra energy doesn't like confrontation, really doesn't. Mars has no problem with it. But when Mars is in Libra, because it's a Venus ruled energy, Mars acts a little different. The swords look a little different, right? Where it's like, there could be a lot of like, and remember now, the South Node is in Libra. So this Mars energy is going to be activating what needs to be. There's got to be a necessary surrender. And so for a lot of you in that fourth house energy, you're going to have zero patience with anybody who is looking to not be fair with you anymore. And it's real, because that South Node in Libra, it's like time to end unfair connections when it comes to family, when it comes to how things are going on around the home, to those closest connections, to your children. Like, who's been really unfair? Because that will be very illuminated here during the whole South Node in Libra, because it's like, where have the scales been unbalanced? Who hasn't been fair? You're going to be really like, hold on, we have to have a conversation. Because, a lot of you would be like, hold on, this is my life. I need to have a conversation here. This is not feeling good to me anymore. I'm not willing, and having that conversation. But be a little careful when you have it, right? Just mind how it is that you're speaking. Now that Uranus retrograde in Taurus, this is happening in your 11th house. And so again, towards that last week rather, it's going to be kind of weird energy. It's always weird when Uranus goes retrograde. It's because he's such a powerful outer planet that he sort of, he could be confusing when he first goes retrograde. Whenever a planet first goes retrograde, it's very heightened, So yeah, I mean, those last couple of days, it could feel a little weird. And Uranus is all about your future, and Taurus is very connected to your money and your sense of self. And it's in your 11th house, having to do with your goals and gains. So if you've been really worried about your money moving into your future, if you've been in the space where it's like, I don't know where I'm going or what the hell I'm doing, and I'm just not sure. Uranus retrograde will bring a little bit of a reprieve for like the next 4.5 months while you figure things out, and you will be able to figure things out. But let's talk about your career, okay? August can bring some challenges, then some opportunities for your career, all right? So let's just unpack this a little bit. The planetary alignment suggests to me that there may be some conflicts or power struggles. This could be at your workplace. This could even be surrounding anything having to do with money even, okay? It's crucial for you to maintain a very diplomatic approach and just try to stop yourself from engaging in any sort of, I'm not even going to say avoidable, unnecessary arguments. Instead, focus on teamwork and collaborative efforts to navigate through any tricky energies that might come up here, okay? The latter part of the month shows a lot more promise for career advancement, with the potential maybe of, if not a promotion, at the very least, recognition for your work. So stay calm and diplomatic in the face of any challenges here. Any sort of collaborative energy with colleagues, where you're trying to find an innovative solution, is definitely the way to go. And if you can do that, then your hard work is definitely going to be recognized. Even if it's not like totally on your calendar, it is going to be recognized. So let's pull a couple of cards and see what the cards have to say. Sun and Rising, Knight of Swords. Swords keeps coming out. I'm not surprised. Okay, let's pull them all. We have the Hierophant. Okay, so expect the unexpected when it comes to a marriage partner or something that you're trying to bring to fruition. We have the Knight of Wands energy. This is a really good offer coming in. You are very ready to just sort of go after something. This is very nice energy here, actually. And then we have the Two of Swords. So the Two of Swords is all about negotiating. Okay. So it's like a little bit of the first thing I thought of was like chess, like the chess game. Some mental gymnastics might have to go on in the realm of communicating. And the Knight of Swords is like an expect the unexpected. And when we're dealing with the Hierophant energy, you know, this could have to do with money. Some sort of unexpected expense comes up. If it doesn't have to do with your relationship, it could certainly indicate an expense. But with the Knight of Wands is some sort of offer that's going to be able to happen here. And I feel like, you know, with the Two of Swords, twos are always about a conversation and negotiating. With the Two of Swords is Moon and Libra energy. So it's like you're in this emotional stalemate. You have to say something and protect yourself because the situation's not going away. It's not changing. It is what it is. So just say whatever it is that you need to say. Get it out there. Because what I feel like for some of you is there could be a situation that comes up with your finances and you are having to be a lot more assertive with problem solving. Now, this could also be connected with work or with a family member as well, but it's like this idea of something comes up and you're going to need a lot more, it's almost stepping you out of your comfort zone. But you're going to have to say something because you need to protect yourself and it's not going to go away all on its own. So if you're dealing with a situation where you're at some sort of like feeling like at a crossroads and some sort of emotional stalemate, it's not going away. So you have to just say whatever it is that you need to say, get it out, just get it out, and you'll feel so much better, right? At least everybody will know where they stand. So that is what I have for you, my friends. I hope this was helpful in some way. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Leo, I hope you guys are doing great. So let's talk about August. A serious conversation could be taking place on August 1st. This will be happening with a friend, it could be a romantic partner, a business partner. And if things don't get better by August 9th, a big change could be in sight here. Now, remember, with Venus retrograde in your sign all month, you're in a deep process of reinvention. Right. And luckily, by the time the moon becomes new in your sign on the 16th, you could be receiving some really, really powerful downloads regarding this process. So if you've been experiencing change at work, you get a break from the chaos between now and the rest of the year as Uranus begins its retrograde on August 28th. Now, I am going to go back to speaking a little more specifically about your career, but let's unpack the other transits first. So on the 1st, in your 7th house, we have the full moon in Aquarius, and it is squaring Jupiter and Taurus in the 10th house. So for a lot of you, Leo, there could be some real challenges. If it's not within a very important relationship, it could certainly be with work. Because 7th house is marriage partners, serious relationships as well, not only if you're married. It's also boss and bosses. It's also people who you service in your industry. It's also your doctor, actually, like your therapist is actually found in your 7th house, as well as any doctors that you might be utilizing, right, for your health. But what is the full moon in Aquarius? So full moon is a culmination. And it's this realization and epiphany. But it's something that's sort of been there, but then we're suddenly realizing it, even though it's not completely processed. And it has to do with your future. It could have to do with friends, your goals, your gains. This is all Aquarius energy. Aquarius rules the energy of friends, older siblings, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, stepchildren, grandchildren, associates, friends. Those are all the people. But it also is a money house. It deals with long-term money, right? So your gains over the long term. So that's where we're really talking about, like, do you have enough money to retire? Do you have enough money to get married? Do you have enough money to have that child? Do you have, and it's kind of that, right? In that way. Okay. So there's this full moon where there's some sort of culmination, right? Because it's in that Aquarius energy pertaining to what I just explained, how it's connected to your boss, to your job, some sort of contract that you're a part of. Are you realizing that, maybe I need more money? Maybe I need to get another job. Maybe I want to ask for a promotion. Some of you need to have this important conversation with a significant other having to do with money, having to do with how you actually feel being in the situation, right? And I'm saying that because 7th house is marriage, but the 10th house has to do with the status of your marriage as far as how it is going forward. And there's the square. And when Jupiter expands whatever it's in, Taurus has to do with self-esteem, self-respect, right? So you may be in this space where you're like, you know what, person, I don't think I'm being treated very fairly. I really don't. I don't feel like the finances are being handled in a way that's right in my view, you're saying. Or maybe the way they speak to you, or the way that something's being handled, or maybe just how you feel about yourself in that space. Maybe you don't like how your boss treats you. You don't like how this important person in your life speaks to you, or how you feel in that energy. It's a square. Square is uncomfortable. It's tension. It means that something's got to give. Something has to change. Now, especially when we have any big energies in any of the cardinal houses, 1, 4, 7, or 10, something's got to give, right? And so you have the 7th house and the 10th house being activated here. So that's the first part of the moon energy this month. The second part is the new moon in Leo, which is happening on August 16th. And this is happening in your first house of self, my friends. I mean, this is you. This is the house where you start things from new. This is new and novel. The natural landlord of this space is Aries. So it's like you want to bring something new and now, and this is the thing, because it's new moon, you want to bring something new. You want to start something new. You want to feel better. You want to feel differently. You want to feel joyful. Now, the new moon in Leo in the first house can be this idea of having a child. Now it is squaring Uranus in Taurus in the 10th house. So that square to Uranus, first of all, Uranus retrograde means that this big change is actually happening within you rather than outside. But the square indicates that change means that it's going to have to be communicated. Like, did you change your mind? How you feel about something? Does something need to be handled a little differently when it comes to how responsibilities are going to be rolling out? It's almost like you thought you wanted something, but now maybe you're not so sure, right? But looking at your bottom line of what makes you happy and what do you need to do that's new, so that you can have the future that you want, so that you can have the money that you need. The self-esteem is on point, that you feel like your morals are being respected, that you're being respected. Because if you are not feeling that way, this moon energy this month is going to bring everything up to the top, right, to be looked at. Now, the full moon in Pisces, which is kind of like the bottom piece of bread of all of this, right on the 30th, it's the blue moon. That energy is happening in your 8th house of endings and beginnings, and it is going to be conjunct Saturn retrograde also in that 8th house. And Saturn retrograde is very good for, wide eyes, right? Like looking at the reality of responsibilities, the reality of how we got here, that's what it is, especially in the 8th house. The 8th house is this idea of life and death, endings and beginnings. Cycles, right? 8th house has to do with partners' money, right? Stock market, investments, money coming from other people, inheritance, anything like that. But when we have this, this full moon in Pisces conjuncting that Saturn retrograde, there's going to be a lot of realizations where a lot of you are going to be like, hold on, man. I feel like I'm being a little victimized in this situation, being taken advantage of, maybe when it comes to your money, or when it comes to your kind heart, or when it comes to what you're willing to give a situation. It's like, hold on a second. I'm seeing things very clearly right now. And my belly is telling me, no, this has got to stop. And that's the energy that you are going to be feeling this month. If somebody has been treating you unfairly, in any sort of important relationship in your life. Now, that could be a coworker, that could be a boss, that could be a marriage partner, it could be a sibling. Because with the new moon is happening in your first house. First house is the wild card house. It could be any part of your life. You have to understand, though, with that that squaring Uranus in the 10th, it's like, oh, something's got to give. Because I don't want to say, it's like the kind of energy where it's like, no. I'm not okay with staying on this path anymore. So a lot of you are going to be very motivated to make some really awesome changes in your career. You know, you're going to be pushed. Even if it's been a little uncomfortable up to this point, this is a good energy for you. But what could be a little difficult is going to be the relationship sector. And what's a little trippy when we have, you know, a little later, no, might as well talk about it now. Well, we have the sun going into Virgo and Mercury going retrograde on the 23rd in your second house. So why don't we just address that first? Because there's going to be a lot of focus on your second house energy and going back over your money, going over your self-esteem, your sense of self. How do I feel about this? How do I feel about my finances? How do I feel about my relationship? How do I feel about where I'm at in my life? Do I feel good? There's going to be a lot of focus there because with the sun in Virgo, it's going to be like, man, you're going to be hard on yourself. Do not beat yourself up if you're like, oh, you know what? If you're trying to do the mature thing and it's like, well, I got myself into this situation. What am I going to do? Don't beat yourself up, though. It's completely counterproductive in this energy. Just accept everything happened exactly as it was so that you can end up exactly where you are right now. But now something's got to change. Because there's going to be this realization that because the sun shines light, and when it's in Virgo, it's very critical in that second house of self-esteem, sense of self, and the money that you make from the work that you do. You could be really, really critical. You'd be in a very critical state of mind. Because we're in such heavy retrograde season, and that second house is where ancestral patterning actually starts, where you could even be looking back at, you know, well, no wonder I'm in this situation. Look at my parents' marriage. Look at my grandparents' marriage. Yeah, just for some of you, it could be that. Or, you know, look at how I was raised, or look at how my partner was raised. Of course, they're like this, right? So there could be a big floodlight on that. So you just want to be careful, though, that you're not being overly critical, not of yourself and not of anyone else, because it's not going to help anything, you know. You can't help what you see, obviously, right? You can't help what you're realizing, but you want to be very careful with Mercury retrograde that you're not just sort of blurting stuff out, you know. You just want to be a little careful of that. Now, Mars goes into Libra, which is what I kind of wanted to start to say before, because Mars in Libra hates confrontation, hates it, and you have it in the third house of communication. Now, your third house is going to be a little wonky because the natural ruler of the third house is Mercury. Mercury's going retrograde, right? So the ruler of your third house is Mercury, right? And he's going to be retrograde. So Mars and Libra, it's like, okay, I am totally remembering everything that's happened here. But you might, and you're not going to want to really address things head on. But the reason I'm mentioning this is because how it could come out, it could end up being passive aggressive. Or, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, well, whatever. Or you just not speaking your truth in the moment and then kicking yourself in the pants later on, right? So you do want to really be careful there. Now, Mercury retrograde in Virgo in the second house, I have to tell you that this, along with Mars in Libra in the third house, a lot of you might be rethinking relationships that meant a lot to you, that you assigned on a soul level a lot of worth. Could be an old romantic connection, could be a family member, could be several family members, you know, whatever it is. This is going to be very alive in your energy. It really is. So you're going to be thinking about people from the past who really have mattered to you. Now, with Mars and Libra, remember, Mars is a warrior. He's the tower because he sends us all of these red flags until he sees that we don't listen. And then he puts the tower at our feet, right? It's this necessary surrender. So we have all of this amped up energy wherever Mars hangs out. It's like, is this the right thing for me? Is this good? Is this not good? So in Libra, a lot of you are going to be looking at your relationships. Is this good? Is this not good? Something's got to change. Is this contract at your job? Is this good? Is this not good? You're going to be looking at your boss, your bosses, the people who you serve. Is this really what I want? I think I need something different. So you're going to be very critical, right? And with Mars and Libra in there, if somebody comes along, they're like, hey, Leo, what's going on? What's on your mind? Do you need to talk? You're going to be like, no, fine. That's going to be the tendency because we have so many retrogrades. It's like, oh, I'm not even going to want to deal with it. So there is a way, just so be mindful, right? To be forewarned, just to be forearmed, have the conversation. Just be kind of fair, whatever that means to you. Now, the last energy that I want to mention before I focus a little bit more on career and then pull some cards is Uranus retrograde in Taurus on the 28th in your 10th house. So whenever any energy goes retrograde, it's always very heightened. And Uranus is like the great changer, right? He's just electric. He rules technology. He rules the future. He rules advancements in medicine. He rules humanity. I mean, yeah, he's a very big dramatic sign, right? When he goes retrograde, when he goes in, there's this feeling where we really do need to think about our own future while thinking about the other people in our life, right? And so this is going to be happening in your 10th house of career, public reputation, your standing in the world, status of your greatest relationships. And you're really going to be evaluating what matters to you. And I actually think, Uranus retrograde is calming. When he's direct, he's really powerful, and he can be very uncomfortable. But Uranus retrograde, because it's so much more introspective, but you're going to be very introspective about where do you see your life going, having to do with your career, having to do with your long-term plans, your marriage, overall, generally, where is it that you really want to go? And so the energy is going to feel you're going to feel a little discombobulated, as they say, the last couple of days of the month. But that's just and we're always like that. Every year when Uranus goes retrograde for 4.5 months, we feel that way for that week, So you may be feeling that really strong when it comes to like that 10th house. So your career. So you could be feeling really like squeezed out of your career or squeezed out of what the plans were moving forward, where you suddenly feel like, oh my, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could stay in this any longer. I gotta go. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So let's talk about your career. So August, I think, is very favorable for your career, Leo, to be honest with you. All of this that we're saying is with the sun, your ruler shining very brightly on you. You're going to really have a very beautiful confidence and charisma about you in the workplace. And this magnetism is going to attract ultimately some sort of new opportunities for growth and development. You may find yourself taking on a leadership role or starting a new venture that will ultimately ends up leading you into a space of success, which is pretty great. Anything else I want to say here? It is just crucial for you to remember that you have to stay humble. Being humble is a superpower this month for you, honestly, and receptive to feedback from colleagues, or things can go south pretty quickly. So these are good things that are coming in. They could go south really quickly if you're not open to feedback. Okay, so as far as this career advice goes, really embrace your leadership qualities and take charge of any sort of new project that's coming across your way. Be open to feedback. It's going to help you. It's going to help you further yourself in your career and where it is that you ultimately want to go. Okay, so let's pull a few cards. Let's see what the cards have to say. General messages for our Leo friends. The Devil. Capricorn, so it could be work, but it has to do with imbalance, right? I mean, the Devil really is an energy of imbalance. And then we have the Two of Wands. Okay, that makes sense because the Two of Wands is about negotiating. Ace of Wands. Oh, some of you are getting a new job. And then we have the Six of Swords. So some of you may be getting a new job, but you're not starting this month, which to me, better that way. If you can hold it off until like mid-September, even better. Wait until Mercury and Venus both come out of retrograde. I mean, if you can't, you can't. We have to live life, for goodness sake, right? It's whatever. But the reason, I don't know, like I'm feeling like the Devil energy, again, this could have to do with, if it's not work, it could have to do with any sort of imbalanced behavior, whatever that means to you. Addiction, irresponsibility with money, going a little bananas with the money, that whatever it is. There's got to be some sort of negotiating energy here. We do have the beautiful Two of Wands. Two of Wands is like, that's an Aries energy. That's an Aries and Mars energy. So something new and novel. But at the same time, you're really having to sit back and ask yourself, Which choice is best going to maximize my skill set? Which choice is going to best bring me where it is that I ultimately want to go? And I feel like you go in with something new. Ace of Wands. Now, that could be a new relationship. That could be a new job that you feel very passionately about, whatever it is. But again, I don't see you like running into it right now because we do have the Six of Swords. So this is more like detaching from something mentally rather than physically initially, so that you could do some work on yourself and sort of get your ducks in a row for this month. So that's what the cards say. So looks pretty good for you guys. I hope this helped in some way, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, and I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Virgo, I hope you guys are doing great. Let's talk about August. So it's the middle of the summer. Summer's normally pretty social, so don't be afraid of hiding in your shell, Virgo. Something in your life is experiencing a huge revamping. And depending on what's in your chart, it can be a little something different for each of you. So this month, the sky is asking you to embrace rest, more sleep, and a stronger connection with your intuition. Don't be afraid of getting rest. Yes, the summer is very social. Yes, you may be getting a lot of invitations or actually feeling called like, hey, I should be doing more. But you really want to make sure you're getting rest. You could still connect with people, but make sure you're getting the rest. Now, there's so much more that's being conveyed to you, but not in the traditional ways right now. It's just you're getting a lot of downloads. I feel like a lot of you. Now, this energy is going to be pretty strong, especially during the last week of the month when that retrograding Mercury and Venus both team up to create a lot of magic from like behind the scenes energy for you. So this will mentally prepare you for an important ending or event that is ultimately going to occur around the blue moon, which is going to be happening on August 30th, and that would be that full moon in Pisces. So let's unpack these transits, and then we'll discuss career more, and then we'll pull some cards. So let's discuss full moon in Aquarius, which is happening on August 1st, and this is happening in your 6th house of your daily work environment, as well as your health, mental, physical, emotional, as well as it's also the house of your pets. Now, this is going to be squaring Jupiter and Taurus in the 9th house. So the square could be some sort of discomfort. Now, 6th house is your daily work environment. The 9th house rules higher education. Let's just connect it to some careers, right? First. So higher education, if you work in higher education, if you work as in the courts or anything having to do with like laws, legality, local governance, anything like that. If you work within the spirituality realm, you know, anything religion, organized or otherwise, anything having to do with importing, exporting, advertising, marketing, launching, publishing, anything like that. So the square means that there's some sort of tension here. Now, Jupiter rules the 9th house, and Taurus has to do with money. So you may be in a situation, because it's coming from that 6th house of your daily work environment, where you're realizing I have to do A, B, and C because I need money. I don't really want to do this, but this is what I need to do. Or having a hard time coming to terms with some sort of situation surrounding your employment, if that 6th house is representing your daily work environment. Now, the 6th house, and keep in mind, full moon brings something to culmination of fruition in Aquarius, has to do with friends. It has to do with older siblings, stepchildren, grandchildren, daughter-in-law, son-in-laws, people who you associate with. But it also has to do with your goals and gains and your future. It's really very connected to your future. So realizing something about your future, realizing something about your friends or any of the people that I mentioned. It's this realizing, you know, and then saying to yourself, is this in alignment with what I believe? Is this how I want to move forward? Okay. Now, because it's happening in that 6th house, 9th house energy, it can be very, you know, because the 6th house works with the 12th house. That axis is very connected to being of service, but it's like not in alignment with your belief system. So a lot of you could be in this space where it's like, maybe you're accepting work that's really not ideally what it is that you want to do, but you're doing it again because you need money. Or maybe you're doing it because of a certain health issue, mental, physical, or emotional challenges that you might be having. You know, and looking at these things. But Jupiter's really, I mean, all of the energies are important, but we really have to understand that Jupiter energy as well. because this Jupiter in Taurus really wants you to grow yourself when it comes to how it is that you present yourself to the world, and really move into that space. Jupiter is going to be in Taurus in that ninth house energy for you until May of next year. So it's like growing yourself in whatever occupation, ninth house, in your legal profession, higher education profession, growing yourself in that space. But it means it's like in conflict with your daily responsibilities or the way that you ultimately want to run your day to day. So this conflict is something that's going to be brought to your attention. There's no question about it, but it's something that you're going to have to resolve. Now, let's just continue talking about the moon energies just for context, because it's not like that's going to be the whole month, okay? That's going to hit on the 1st. Then, because it's like a sandwich, okay? We have the full moon in Aquarius and the full moon in Pisces, beginning of the month, end of the month. And then right in the middle of the month, we have the bologna in the sandwich is the new moon in Leo. And that's happening on the 16th, and that's happening in the 12th house of the hidden. It is going to be squaring Uranus in Taurus in that space, in the 9th house. So this is the thing. Like, what is the 12th house? Self-sabotaging behaviors. Anything having to do with addiction, anything having to do with sacrificing your own self so that you could support somebody else in your life, right? That's why it's kind of like the energy of the nurse, where you have to sacrifice something that matters to you so that you could be watering yourself or victimizing yourself. I know that sounds very dramatic, but because of a situation that's going on here. Now, with the new moon in Leo, new moon, emotion, Leo, children, right? And when it comes to the 12th house is ruled by Neptune, and Neptune rules disease and disease. So for some of you, there could be some new realization that maybe one of your kids has some sort of challenge that you need to help them out with, whether I hope this for none of you, okay? But maybe they're struggling with addiction or some sort of learning disability or some sort of anxiety or some sort of depression. For some of you, it could be that. Maybe you're realizing that about yourself, that your anxiety or depression or anything that you might be challenged with is actually getting in the way of your joy, because Leo is all about joy. Leo is very connected to falling in love, love affairs, romance, maybe feeling differently about relationships, feeling like, because there could be a lot of eyes wide open energy here, especially with this square to Uranus and Taurus in the 9th. Uranus, there's nothing gentle about Uranus, and he's very volatile this month only because he's getting ready to go retrograde. So is Mercury. Whenever energies get ready to go retrograde, they're so heightened. They're very high, just so that you know, generally speaking, when any energy goes retrograde, the couple of days surrounding when it stations direct or when it goes retrograde, very heightened manifestation of that energy. And Uranus is like this revolutionary energy, and it's a square, and Taurus is about money, and 9th house has to do with like long term. So some of you could seriously be having these realizations about, are you going to have money for the long term? Are you feeling connected in whatever it is that you're doing? Are you feeling victimized? Are you worried about your health? Some of you might even be very worried about your health in this space, right? Because of that 6th house and 12th house energy, dealing with that. But there could be a lot of like the daily responsibilities and what it is that you're being of service to ends up challenging your finances in some way. And it's like you are sick of it. Like it's something that you're very sick of. Now, the full moon, the blue moon in Pisces on the 30th, this is happening in your 7th house of, serious partnership, your bosses, people who you service in your industry. And it is conjunct retrograde Saturn in that space as well. So when Saturn is retrograde, we see the responsibilities. We see where there's slowness, where there needs to be this redressing of something. Saturn is very, very good to us like that. So you may be feeling like recognizing the restriction that's being exercised by a partner and calling them out on it. You know, a lot of you are going to be doing that, feeling like you're feeling victimized. You're feeling like you feel like you're sabotaging your own joy and happiness by tolerating the status quo in a way where you're like, I cannot do this anymore. Something has to give. Now, the sun in Virgo and Mercury retrograde in Virgo are both happening on August 23rd. So that's both, obviously, they're both happening in your first house. So whenever the sun goes into a space, that's the focus, right? And so the focus is going to be on you. And this is a very healthy energy, though, where it's you. It's how you want to start things. It's how you're approaching the world. There's got to be some sort of problem-solving energy as far as, all right, that's not working. I got to figure something else out. Now, with Mercury going retrograde that same day, a lot of you may be thinking back to, all right, you know, what did I want to do once upon a time? Reaching out to old workmates, reaching out to old friends, reaching out to old lovers, reaching out some, you know, it's the wild card house, Virgo, keeping it real. It's the first house. It could be anybody in your life. But when Mercury goes retrograde in Virgo, we can be super, super critical. And with it in your first house, you could be so critical of your physical body. You could be so critical of your ability to start something new. You could be struggling. Underneath that, of course, is fear. It's a very fear-based energy, so fearful. And you don't need to be so afraid. You know, you just don't need to be in this energy. But I just want to validate that if that is, in fact, what it is that you're feeling, because it's scary. It's scary energy. You got Mars and Libra in the second house. So there's no question that there does seem to be, if you don't have concerns about money right now, you are definitely battling your sense of self, self-esteem, and how it is that you feel about yourself as well as your body. Right. And so, and you could be really like a warrior in that space. That Mars and Libra energy, Mars is a warrior. He's out for what's good for you. And that Libra energy is like, I just don't really want to talk about this right now. Mars and Libra is like, but we have to, you know. So we could be very passive aggressive when Mars is in Libra. And in our second house, you know, you have to be careful in the second house. Second house is a very me-based energy. And, you know, when Mars is in Libra, you could be a little too conciliatory with a significant other. You could be, you know, you don't want to be accommodating anymore in the way that you've been, because you're going to ultimately end up regretting it, you know. Mars in Libra, though, is a fight. Mars for balance, Libra, right? So it's got to be a fight for balance when it comes to your money and your sense of self and your self-esteem. So something's got to be balanced out. Now, for some of you, it's going to be your finances. For others of you, it's going to have to do with your self-esteem. While others of you, it's literally going to be some sort of physical healing. Something needs balancing out, because the second house does rule your internal body. It rules the mouth as well, anything we put in, but also what comes out, right? Now that Uranus retrograde in Taurus is happening in your 9th house. So this is going to be like a nice energy. If it's been any sort of situation going on, we've been feeling like in total freak out mode as far as like your future, you're just going to be able to be like, okay, you know what? I might not have all of the answers right now, but I feel other things happening. And this can ultimately be a good thing for you. Uranus retrograde manifest. Uranus is all about things need to be different for the future, but it's manifesting internally. So you're going to be very introspective when it comes to your sense of self, your money, and all of that in that 9th house energy, which is like your belief system. It also has to do with, you know, higher education, higher mindedness, the law, legalities, local governance, everything I said, importing and exporting, publishing, marketing, advertising, getting something out there, right? And it's just sort of, maybe you've been really trying to get something out there, but you're pulling it back and you're saying, you know, maybe it's not ready yet. Maybe I have to pull it back for a few weeks and just reevaluate things, take a deep breath, reassess, you know, and just chill a little bit. Now Uranus is going to be retrograde, helping you to stay calm in that 9th house for the next 4.5 months. So I feel like that's ultimately going to be good for you as far as helping you to stay a little more, you know, calm about where your life is going and how something needs to be navigated, because it's really hard when Uranus is direct in that space, especially when it comes to trying to have like a a fair and balanced negotiation. It's difficult because your mind is so set on the future. It's so set on what it is that you feel like you need that it's very difficult to see the long term. So that's going to bring you a little bit of a reprieve there. Now, with that, let's talk a little more specifically about your career right now. So I do feel that August is set to bring stability and growth to your career, Virgo. Actually, when I look at the sky, to me, it suggests a period of focus and diligence, and you guys are all about that anyway, but really allowing you to make some sort of steady progress towards your professional goals right now. Colleagues will recognize your hard work and dedication, leading to opportunities for advancement. Please avoid being overly critical of yourself, as I mentioned before, as well as other people, since it can easily get in the way of your ability to ultimately collaborate effectively and successfully with other people. Now, this is a great energy to seek mentorship and guidance from people who are experienced professionals in your industry, or people who are just more in one way or another, more learned in your particular field. All right. So you want to stay focused on your goals, maintain a very positive attitude right now, seek mentorship to gain valuable insights and wisdom. Okay. So that's the advice that I have for you, according to what I see in the sky for our Virgo friends. Let's pull a couple of cards and let's just see any messages that Spirit wants you to focus on right now. Eight of Swords. Recognizing where it is that you feel trapped, recognizing where you feel like nothing's ever going to change. It's always going to be like this. I can't get past it. Now, the Eight of Swords could also speak to being trapped, Virgo, in any sort of addictive tendencies as well. Okay, so let's just open up the rest of the spread. 4-card spread will do. 7 of Wands, 2 of Wands, the Universe, best card in the deck. The Great One of the Knight of Time. Yes. Okay. So, this is Saturn. The universe is the world really here. So we have this idea of feeling trapped, and we have it working with the 7 of Wands, which has you feeling very defensive as well. Some sort of obstacles, you're feeling very defensive. Then we have the 2 of Wands. So the 2 of Wands, this is an Aries and a Mars and Aries energy. So there are two aspects of a situation that you are absolutely needing to look at. Which is going best maximize your skill set, be the best thing for you over the long term? Which is the best thing? Should you do this? Should you do that? Because the 2 of Wands in and of itself is an auspicious energy. It's about bringing something to fruition. It does indicate an important relationship, an important connection. It's busy. It's you getting out there, you're doing. But there's got to be a decision made, right? So there's got to be some sort of decision made here. And we have Saturn. Saturn obviously is one of the worker energies because it is the landlord of the ruler of the 10th house. But it's very connected to this idea of having learning lessons. So it's like, have you been trying to make something work for quite a while now? And you're saying, all right, thank you, Spirit, I've learned my lesson. I'm going to handle things in a bit of a different way, right? You have to think about that. You can't think short term. You can't allow any sort of vulnerabilities or insecurities to get in your way. Here, it's so much better for you to be just balanced. What are you good at? What's the best thing for you over the long term? Take the lessons that you've learned thus far and then make a decision based on that. But, remember, collaborative energy is definitely the way to go. Okay. So this is what I have for you guys, my friends. I hope this was helpful in some way. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hey, Libra, let's talk about August. Just lay it out there, Libra. Just lay it out there. Say it the way it is. The drama that you are experiencing right now regarding any of the following: a romantic relationship, more like a new one, certain friendships, community circles, or even regarding your desired goals and money for the future, is due to this retrograde Venus. And when life gets intense, it's perfectly okay to feel anger, but bottling it up and skirting the reality of something is never the answer, right? In the end. And, you guys are, generally speaking, of course, it depends on what else is in your chart, but generally speaking, you don't really love confrontation. You don't, I mean, you have it if you have to, but it's not something that you really, really want, and after all, the South Node in your sign, you're at the beginning of a long process in which you're shedding any people pleasing tendencies, Libra. It's like you're done, you know, and any of those tendencies that you may have had. And this month, you also get permission to be a bit selfish and focus on yourself, especially as Virgo season starts and Mercury goes retrograde on August 23rd. Like, don't be surprised if these are the energies that are going to be coming up for you. It's totally normal. So let's just unpack the transits. Okay, let's start with this on August 1st. So it's a sandwich, right? The moon energy. So we're first starting with the full moon in Aquarius. We're ending the month with the full moon in Pisces, that blue moon energy. And then mid-month, we have the new moon in Leo. So let's talk about the moon energies together. So when we have a full moon in Aquarius, full moon, first of all, is a culmination, is the realization of things that have been kind of happening, but maybe we haven't really been looking at when it comes to our emotions. And Aquarius is very connected to our future, goals and gains. It's very connected to friends. It's very connected to, when I say goals and gains, it's like, do we have money to get married? Do we have money to buy that house? Do we have money to have a baby? Do we have money to retire? Do we, that's that, because that's the kind of energy, that money energy, that's attached to Aquarius. Okay. And because the moon is very connected to home, it's very connected to emotional security. So there can be this realization, is the money there? Or for some of you, is this just even what it is that I want? Now, this is happening in the 5th house. So some of you are like, do I really even want to have a baby? Do I really even want to be in a relationship? What do I really want? Do I really want to have my own business? What does being happy actually even mean to me over the long term? A lot of you are going to be in that space because the 5th house is all those things. It's falling in love, love affairs, romance. It's children, it's monetizable talents, it's entrepreneurial efforts, it's also vacation. So on a very pragmatic level, some of you might be like, where do I want to go on vacation? Right now, it is going to be squaring Jupiter. Jupiter rules long distance travel, and then Taurus in the 8th house. So there could be some challenges having to do with finances if you wanted to go on like a really long trip right now, but that's just as a little bit of an aside there. But this square to Jupiter in the 8th house. So the 8th house is a house of we. So it's you and your marriage partner, where how well do you guys blend? That's the 8th house energy. The 8th house is kind of complex because it cycles, right? 2nd house is your money, what matters to you. 8th house is your partner's money, right? And the whole key here always at all times is to actually blend these energies and to be able to find balance. The 8th house also has to do with sex and intimacy. Now, squaring Jupiter and Taurus does rule the body. Jupiter does have to do with literally the idea of expansion and growth. So with the full moon in Aquarius in the 5th, there could be some sort of challenges when it comes to intimacy with your significant other. There could be challenges in intimacy when it comes to what it is that you want in that area. There could be some challenges in as far as like, how comfortable do you feel with how finances are shared and handled? Because you may be feeling like, I don't understand, like I'm doing all of this, and my partner, like the agreement was that they were going to do this, this, and this, and you just maybe are questioning whether everybody is holding up their end of the bargain there. But for a lot of you, going a little deeper than that, I feel like there are going to be these big questions surrounding the idea of children. It's not only necessarily do you want them, do you not, because everybody's different ages, but there could certainly be realization, right, having to do with, if it's not children, it's some sort of creative project, realization about the future of your children who maybe you have, or whatever it is. And that square is like this uncomfortable conversation with, how do you actually feel about growing into this next space? So for some of you, when I look at this in your sky, a lot of you are sort of in this very real kind of make or break season, of a relationship or of a situation where something's got to give. You know, if something's going to be moving forward, something needs to change from where it is right now, and you're feeling this in the moon energy. Now, on the 16th, a couple of weeks later, we have the new moon in Leo. New moon in Leo is squaring Uranus and Taurus in that 8th house. Uranus is all about needing to have revolutionary change for the future. Now, Uranus also does rule advances in science, it rules technology. And in Taurus, it could be medical advances. And in the 8th house, it could be things that could be helpful as far as conceiving a child, or there could be advances in medicine as far as helping to address some sort of like sexual dysfunction challenge that might be going on, or something in that realm. The 8th house, though, also rules debt and taxes, again, other people's money. Uranus is like this with the square, it's like some sort of surprise. And new moon is about this new realization. And when we're talking about having it in the 11th house of goals and gains, there can be this like realization, oh my gosh, I don't think my partner has enough money, or my partner is contributing enough as far as us going forward, or realizing that maybe you want to make some sort of investment, but maybe you can't right now in as far as like a business, something having to do with investments, because 8th house is also investments. It's the 8th house is also the energy of moving, so some of you may be really wanting to move, but like you can't move. And when we're talking about a square, it's like something's uncomfortable. We have to figure it out. We have to sit down and have a conversation, right? And the new moon is bringing some sort of realization in that Leo energy. So it's not only falling in love affairs, romance. It's your joy as well, and how it is that you want to move forward. And some of you are going to be realizing like what needs to be, if it's not redefined, it's broken off from. Like seriously at this point, Now, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Ultimately, it can be a good thing, because the 8th house, I do want to say, 8th house is also a space of deep commitment. But there's got to be an energy of commitment that's made. And we're not talking about a sextile or a trine. We're talking about a square. So square is uncomfortable. Something's got to give. So maybe you need more of a commitment from your partner. You need them to get their act together. Or they're telling you that they need you to get your act together in some way, right? If you're going to move into this next space with them. Now, so it could be good, depends on what else is in your chart, but something's got to give. Now, that energy is sandwiched with the blue moon, the full moon in Pisces, which is happening on the 30th. And that's in your 6th house. And that happens to be conjunct Saturn retrograde in Pisces in the 6th as well. Now, the 6th house is health. Mental, physical, and emotional. It's also your daily work environment. And it's conjunct Saturn retrograde. Saturn retrograde is like eyes wide open as far as responsibilities, as far as realizing something, as far as some sort of karmic lesson is needing to be gone through here. And it is connected again to the health of either you or somebody in your life, because it's happening in Pisces, and Pisces is the energy of the nurse. It's the caretaker. So, Pisces opposes that 6th house energy, because it lives in the 12th house. So you could be realizing that there's something going on with the partner and their health. Maybe they need help mentally, physically, emotionally. Something's got to be addressed here. It does seem like there's going to be this ultimate realization that's going to be happening here. And you're not going to be able to escape the reality of it. It's like, okay, like, now that we have all of the information, now what? And it's going to be this like, okay, I have to process this. Now, what am I going to be doing? Right now, as the sun goes into Virgo on the 23rd, Mercury is also going to be retrograding in Virgo, and that's going to be happening in your 12th house. And so the sun in Virgo in the 12th house means the sun is going to be shining on the home of Pisces. So Pisces and moon energy are very kind of big for you this month, Libra, this idea of really looking at your vulnerabilities, where it is that you might be feeling rather disappointed in a situation, looking at your relationships, really looking at these things, and And a lot of it has to do with the fact that, look, I mean, you have the South Node in your sign right now. So there's going to be this, again, this serious call to like, where have you been sacrificing your own happiness? And where do you maybe need to be even a little more giving, But with Mercury retrograde in Virgo in the 12th house, you could be, Virgo is very much about being of service, and in the house of the nurse, a lot of you could be, you know, kind of going over where you're of service to somebody, but you could easily resent it in this energy. And it's not that you're not loving, and it's not that you're not caring. It's just that the energies this month really wants your needs to be met. And if you have to give your energy to someone else because of something that is going on in their life and they didn't want to take responsibility, it's going to be very hard for you to just be like, oh, okay, I'll show up with bells and whistles and just be like your caretaker. There's going to be challenge there for you. I just want to say that this idea of needing to be of service to someone else. Now, Mercury in the 12th house, though, just saying Mercury retrograde in the 12th could also bring somebody back from the past. And it's secretive and you're not telling anybody because this is very behind the scenes, very undercover, it's very all of that. So some of, and I wouldn't be surprised, some of you may be communicating with somebody on the side. I'm not here to judge, I'm just reading the sky. You know what I mean? I don't, you do you. Just don't judge me. I don't judge you. We're all good. But some of you may be in that space, or you're at least certainly like your head is flooded with somebody from the past. And the thing is, as the month ends, because of the blue moon energy, it's like this once in a blue moon. It's like you're not just thinking about just anything. You're thinking about a time in your life, a situation, a person, a circumstance that comes by very rarely in life. You know what I mean? And it's like suddenly it's flooding your consciousness. A lot of you are going to be dealing with that, right? If you have that, obviously, in your experience. Not everybody does, but a lot of you will. Now, Mars is going into your sign on the 27th. So this is going to be pretty interesting because, I mean, just think about these two things. South Node in your energy, which is just about not allowing your emotional needs not to be met anymore, not allowing there to be unfairness. There's like this, the sky is permitting you to be rather selfish this month. Now throw Mars into that, who's a warrior. He's very focused on you living a life that you're meant to live. And he's very good at giving you all of the red flags, but he sees and he just sits and watches us ignore them one after the other until he's like, all right, it's time for the tower. I got to throw it down, right? That's what Mars does. That's why Mars is the tower in astrology, right? So there's got to be some sort of necessary surrender. And when it's in your energy, there's got to be a surrender of the unfairness. There's got to be a surrender of that relationship. There's going to have to be a surrender of that job, maybe, of the way that you're approaching work, the way that you're approaching your relationships. There's got to be this necessary surrender in that space. Now, for some of you, it's literally going to be of the relationship. For others of you, it's going to have to be a necessary surrender of how you've been working it up to this point, and really being very, very honest with yourself when you look at these things. So this is going to be coming up, and that's hitting on the 27th. And what I do like about Mars and Libra in the first house, you're going to have a lot of energy. So you're going to have a lot of energy. There's going to be a lot of pep in your step. You're going to feel a lot more brave than you've been feeling, which is really nice. You're going to be looking at things with a little less fear than you've been. Because I know there's been a lot of fear, what's going to happen in the future? Where's this going? Am I going to be okay? Am I going to have enough money? Is this going to last? I know a lot of Libras had a lot of question marks floating around in the air for so long, and what I don't only like Mars and Libra for you, but that Uranus retrograde in Taurus in your 8th house is actually going to be a little stabilizing in an otherwise unstable house. You have to be a little careful, the water houses, right? And Scorpio lives in the 8th house. So with Uranus retrograde in there, there could be some you know, for a lot of you, there could be some sort of slowing down. There could be some sort of health issue that comes up with a significant other. There could be a slowing down in their salary, their pay. There can be a slowing down and you feeling really connected to them. It could certainly have to do with that. If you have a partner, not everybody's partnered. Uranus retrograde in Taurus can also be getting your ducks in a row when it comes to your finances, which can be absolutely fabulous for you. So good. You know, there are less overt shocking surprises, right? The Uranus retrograde is the changes are coming from within, and in Taurus has to do with what matters to you. It has to do with your money, and in the 8th house, it's like you're changing in this way. So you're going to be able to see like, okay, I want to end this and I want to go there in my life. So now I'm realizing, okay, maybe I have to handle my money differently, and I have to maybe do A, B, and C differently. You know what I mean? And with Mercury going retrograde in Virgo and the sun in Virgo, that in that house of behind the scenes, a lot of you are going to be just like, you're going to be thinking about, really thinking, what do I want my life to look like next year at this time? Some of you are going to be making some serious changes as a result of the energy that we're going through right now. Now, let's focus on your career right now. Any career messages that I'm seeing in the sky for August of 23. I think it's set to bring some really good changes and opportunities for you guys, Libra. The sky is telling me it's a time of creativity and innovation for you guys, which is going to set you apart from others in your industry or others in whatever area you're in. So this tells me, this really speaks of new projects, collaborations, being very, very fruitful in this energy. This could absolutely lead to professional growth and recognition. It is crucial, though, for you to communicate your ideas very effectively and assertively to gain support from colleagues and superiors, and not to be wishy-washy. But you should be cautious to not spread yourself too thin by taking on too many responsibilities right now, which can be difficult when you're trying to create change and you have like this dish in the air and then that dish in the air and you got all these things going. I understand, right? But you really want to make sure that you're embracing your creativity and your innovative ideas and you're communicating assertively to get the support for your projects that you want. Great, but you want to make sure that you're prioritizing your time and your energy effectively. Okay, so let's pull some cards and let's see what Spirit has for our Libra friends. Any closing messages, please, that Libra? Let's do a 4-card spread, please. Justice, marriage, contracts, fairness, you. Got your own card. Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter. Turning point has been reached. Something's got to give. It's time for a new cycle. Some of you may be hearing from somebody from the past. Listen, if the bones of the relationship were good in the past, but maybe it was a timing thing, go for it. If not, don't bother. With Venus retrograde anyway, you know, when you get back with people you haven't spoken to in a long time and everybody's like, it's all butterflies and unicorns initially, right? And then just be careful, because once Venus goes direct and once Mercury goes direct, those conversations that you're having this month and this kind of energy could be like, ooh, did I promise that? Oh, no. Did I give them the wrong idea? That kind of thing. We have the 6 of Wands. Okay. Good conversation. The universe. Best card in the deck. Somebody else got, Leo got universe also. Lessons learned. You're learning a lesson. Wow. I mean, there's growth here, guys. We have, okay, first of all, justice is about, are your emotional needs being met? Is everything being treated fairly? What's going on with that contract, that marriage, that serious relationship, that serious friendship, whatever it is? Because something's got to give. A turning point's been reached. And the 6 of Wands is being more appreciated, saying that you need to feel appreciated, and sitting down and having a really good heart-to-heart energy. 6 of Wands is a very nice energy. And talking about lessons learned. I mean, what I like about this is I feel like there's so much awareness of self in this energy, Libra, and I feel like you're going to be communicating it. Because what is the point to not Do you know what I mean? So that's what I have for you, my friends. I hope this was helpful in some way. Thanks for hanging with me, and I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Hey, Scorpio, hope you guys are doing great. Let's talk about August. So let's dig right in. You've changed so much these past couple of months, right? I mean, and now the road is pretty clear to you to figure out what it is that you really, really want out of fill in the blank, whether it's that relationship, that work situation. But this month's combination of energies has your sights on career goals, as well as like friendships and or even the community that will help you get to where it is that you absolutely need to be. So study. This is a great energy to study, research, give some really good thought, to kind of tinker around with ideas, but don't make any big launches or any huge changes until after September 3rd, until after Venus goes direct. And I would even say the middle of September, if you can, because that's when Mercury will be going direct as well. Do set some time aside, though, to fully soak in the messages that are being delivered to you, especially by the ones by that new moon in Leo on August 16th. Because they do promise to be really, really powerful for you. And finally, if an important relationship has been sort of like up and down and all around for you, the retrograde of Uranus beginning on August 28th promises to give you a little bit of a reprieve and a breakthrough. And I feel like for a lot of you, the breakthrough is going to be into the space of acceptance, to accept what is. Good, bad, or otherwise. Okay, so with that, let's unpack the specific transits. Why don't we start with the full moon on August 1st? So the moon energies, as I mentioned in the beginning of the general part of the video, it really is like a sandwich this month, right? So we have the full moon in Aquarius, we have the full moon in Pisces, otherwise known as a blue moon, is the bread. One is at the first, the other one is at the end of the month on the 30th. And then right in between, we have the new moon in Leo on the 16th. So there's a lot of emotional energy that's going to be unpacked. And whenever we have a full moon, it's coming to realizations and epiphanies about things that are in our life already. It's not new. It's just that we're realizing how it is that we feel and what has to change. So that it's epiphanies, it's a culmination of what was manifested in that new moon energy, right? So here we have this happening in your fourth house. So the full moon in Aquarius in general, remember, Aquarius rules the future. It's all about the future. It's about friends. It's about, as far as people, it does deal with stepchildren, grandchildren, friends, older siblings, son-in-laws, daughter-in-laws, associates, but it's also our goals and gains. You know, do we have enough money for the future, right? What are our goals really for the next 10 to 15 years? And so with this full moon, there's this realization of the future. And when it's in the fourth house, you're really looking at your emotional stability, Scorpio. You're really looking at where you live. You're looking at family. You're looking at, now for some of you, it's property, real estate. It's literally your home. It might be your children, but it could also just simply be your emotional security in your life. Now that energy is squaring Jupiter and Taurus in your seventh house of serious relationships as well as contracts. So with that fourth house, seventh house square, you know, I always say anything that happens, like any heavy energies that happen in the cardinal houses, something's got to give. And the cardinal houses are houses 1, 4, 7, and 10. So full moon in Aquarius in the fourth house, squaring Jupiter and Taurus in the seventh. Jupiter is very much about expansion. He's the great benefic. In Taurus, it has to do with your sense of self, your self-esteem, your money, how it is that you take care of yourself. And because it's a square, you're looking at your emotional security. You're looking at your ability to take care of yourself and give yourself what you need. Could have to do with money. It doesn't have to have anything to do with money. You just be like in life. And there's this uncomfortable conversation that's going on there. There's a lack of alignment that you've known, but now in this full moon in Aquarius energy, it's really coming to the surface. Now, the new moon energy that's happening on the 16th in Leo, that's happening in your 10th house. So a new moon is something new coming in. Leo energy has to do with falling in love, love affairs, romance, monetizable talents, your hobbies, your children. This also has to do with just straight up joy, And now in the 10th house, it has to do with your long term. So it's your long-term joy. It's what's going on long term connected to a child. It's whatever's going on, it's long term because it's in that 10th house. Now, that energy, that long term joy, it's squaring. Again, uncomfortable conversation with Uranus. Uranus rules the future. He's also about big surprises, big changes. In Taurus, Taurus has to do with what matters to you, what it is that you value, your money in the 7th house, having to do with relationship. So I'm going to tell you, like, for a lot of you are realizing, like, self, Scorpio self, I am in this relationship that I'm never going to ultimately be able to have the kind of relationship that I want, need, and desire over the long term. And I need to address this because I know the way it is now, I cannot go into the future with it. Others of you are going to be saying the same thing, having to do with your career. Something's got to give. If that 7th house energy is not a significant other, but maybe it's a boss or bosses or a contract or the way in which you're working. Now, some of you, it might not even be connected to like a single individual. It could be like, I can't keep working like this. I'm not comfortable working like this. Like something is not feeding you emotionally about the dynamic of how something is rolling out in the workplace, right? Like uncomfortable energies, let's just say uncomfortable, having to do with the boss or bosses or some sort of situation. So it could be a relationship, it could be work, it could be both. You know, it depends on obviously what else is going on in your chart. But this is very entrenched in this moon energy this week. So you're going to be very in your feels about this. Now, the last part of the moon energy, which I want to address before talking about the other transits, is the blue moon. It's the full moon in Pisces on the 30th. Now, this is happening in your 5th house of falling in love, love affairs, romance, children, your joy. And the new moon in Pisces can easily say, you could be saying to yourself, wow, I am really martyring my own happiness in order to be in this situation. I am sabotaging my own joy and my own happiness in order to make a situation work. For a lot of you, it could be this. For some of you, full moon in Pisces in the 5th, you might conjuncting Saturn retrograde in the 5th, you might be finding out that you're pregnant. You might be a full moon in Pisces in the 5th, conjunct Saturn retrograde could also bring a very important conversation in a relationship that's more like you're not married, right? So 5th house would be like if you are involved in any sort of affair, if you are relatively new in the relationship, anything like that. The full moon, feelings have been there, but now they have to be expressed about the situation. And because it's conjuncting Saturn retrograde in that space, your eyes are wide open, having to do with how the future is going to roll out and the restrictions that are surrounding some sort of situation. So there's going to be this realization of all of this. And these are things that you're going to be unpacking as you go through the month. Now, so a lot of you are just going to be like, either moving into a space of acceptance or saying, I got to end something here. I mean, that's keeping it real. And I have to say it like that to be responsible, because every energy that I'm discussing with you, okay, speaks to your own personal birth chart in a very individual way that I could not possibly know, because this is not a private reading, right? Okay, so just so you know that, right? So just you want to keep that in mind. So, but there is change afoot. There does seem to be something going on there. But while something changes, it's almost like you're pulled into the space of accepting that this is the way things are right now while you create change. Now, the sun goes into Virgo and Mercury goes retrograde in Virgo. Both were happening on the 23rd, and they're both happening in the 11th house. So the sun, whatever house it's in, whatever sign it's in, rather, that's the focus for the month, right? So starting on the 23rd, it's in Leo most of the month, but on the 23rd, it goes into the 11th house, and there's going to be a lot more focus on your goals and gains. There's going to be focus on friends, getting out there, meeting new people, okay? And with Mercury retrograde in that space, you could be hooking up with friends you haven't seen in forever. You could be hearing from old relationships. You might even be you know, maybe going even back to a job that you used to be involved in, or calling up people who you used to work with to see if they can help you get a job now or help you out in some way having to do with your career, because that's all very connected as well. But keep in mind that Mercury retrograde in Virgo and the Sun in Virgo can make us very critical and very connected. You know, whenever we're talking about the Sun in Virgo, it's always like focusing on the pieces of the puzzle and not the whole, you know. And the challenge in that, though, is that we could get very tripped up in like in the minutia of things rather than being able to clearly see the larger picture. And for a lot of you now, Scorpio, you might be doing that because you're worried. You know, a lot of you could be just very worried about where's my, you know, where am I going? What am I doing? I don't know. And just sort of like grabbing at things. And so you want to be careful of that. Just be mindful, again, to be forewarned, just to be forearmed. Be careful of that. Try to stay as grounded as you can. Connect with some friends, people who you trust, and just express what it is that you're feeling right now. And that Mars and Libra energy in the 12th. Mars is tricky in the 12th. Whenever I have Mars in my 12th, my sleep is always very disrupted because the 12th house will sleep. It also rules where we're unconditionally giving. And when Mars is in there, though, Mars is a warrior for our own benefit, right? So that's why he's very connected to the Tower energy. 12th house rules anything that's hidden, anything that's secret as well. So Mars in Libra in the 12th house, there could be like a warrior energy where it's like, I don't want to be a secret anymore. I don't want this to be a secret anymore. I don't want to keep it a secret how I am helping this person out. I need some recognition. I need to be seen. And not because it's like a me energy, just because you've been so like the opposite, actually so accommodating to other people's energy. It's like, nope. I need to be seen here, right? Because Mars is the Tower, and the Tower is connected to necessary surrender. And it's in the house of self-sabotage and being victimized. It's also self-sabotaging behavior as well. But sometimes there's like 2 degrees of difference, right? Do you have yourself stuck in a negative cycle in a relationship that's not good for you, or in a situation that's just not good for you? Might even be a job, and you know it, but you can't seem to pull yourself out of it. And man, does it hurt so good, that kind of thing, you know what I mean? So like there's some sort of redeeming qualities about it. You can't seem to pull yourself out of it. It's like difficult. I totally get it, right? And when Mars goes into Libra, though, in the house that rules your subconscious mind, Mars is like a warrior. So you do not be surprised if you deal with a little bit of anxiety, a little rumination going on here. There could certainly be that, but make sure your needs are being met. Do you understand? Like, make sure your needs are being met. Seriously. Now that Uranus retrograde in Taurus, that's happening in your 7th house. See, this is what I'm saying. Because Uranus retrograde is going to be very internal, you know. So in your relationship, there might have been up to this point changes in the dynamic of your relationship, or this need for change in the dynamic of your relationships, your closest relationships. There needing to be this change. And it's been outward. Now, when it goes retrograde inside, you're changing how you see your future and how you see your sense of self when it comes to 7th house, this relationship, this job, and where it is that it's going. So that's where I feel like the reprieve is going to be for you. It's like you're going to be, your eyes will be seeing things differently. Your heart will be feeling things differently. There's a hue of like stark reality, but self-esteem and self-respect on top of all of that, which is really quite nice. So why don't we discuss your career for the month of August. Now, August can bring a couple of challenges when it comes to the area of career for you. Now, the sky does suggest that there may be some misunderstandings or conflicts with colleagues. It's essential for you to practice diplomacy and patience in your professional interactions, all of them, okay? By maintaining a very calm, a very kind of composed energy and demeanor, you could show a lot of promise for advancement, for recognition, and an opportunity as well. But this is going to ride on how the challenges that are going to ultimately inevitably rise, right, over the course of the month. How are you engaging with those challenges, right? So you have to watch how you're handling them. So stay calm, Stay diplomatic, you know, in the face of any sort of challenges. Collaborate with colleagues to find any sort of innovative solutions. Your hard work's going to be recognized, right? It just might not be 100% on at your preferred timetable. That's the only thing. So let's pull a couple of cards and let's just see what we have for the month of August. So we have the Two of Pentacles. So you're in a space of, there's always some negotiating. Which path should I take? What should I do? Should I do this or should I do that? Because one of the paths is definitely a lot of lack. Actually, both of the paths might. So it's almost like picking the lesser of the two evils in a way. Ace of Cups. Oh, I see. Let's... Two of Cups. Eight of Cups. I mean, emotionally walking away from something. Two of Cups. Ace of Cups is meeting somebody new, and the Two of Cups is having a really beautiful conversation. So some of you may be in the space where it's like, because the Eight of Cups is it's, I always call this the sadness but no regret card. You know, it's like you probably emotionally checked out of a situation already. It's like, that's not meeting my emotional needs. I'm never going to get there. It's a Saturn and Pisces energy. So it's like when it comes to manifesting what it is that you really want, that's turning energy in there is like, nope, this is not it for you, you know? And it's that energy of like kind of checking out emotionally already of the situation. But there is definitely two. So it's either two relationships, or should I stay with this person and meet somebody new? Should I stay in this job or go for a new one? But because we have the Two of Cups and the Ace of Cups, I feel like somebody new is coming in. So some sort of new opportunity coming in, but it's like pulling yourself out of the thing that was so that you could jump into something new, which is difficult when, especially if you have a lot of emotion and connection towards something. But I feel like this is going to ultimately be a really good thing for you, Scorpio. So that is what I have for you. I hope this was helpful in some way. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Sagittarius, so you guys are doing great. So let's unpack August 2023 together. So I hope you guys are doing great. As far as your career goes, let's kind of get that out of the way. There are going to be some delays this month. It just says, especially for around like August 1st to August 27th, Mars in your career sector all month is going to have you feeling super ambitious. But unfortunately, with so many planets in retrograde motion this month, some projects are probably going to have to get postponed. It doesn't mean they're not going to happen, okay? But there's some sort of necessary delay. In the end, you're going to notice that testing new things is what gets you to the other side of this. It's trial and error. It's revisiting the project, going for the other position, trying to get the other investor, whatever it is, trying different strategies. And fortunately, Mercury retrograde from August 23rd to September 15th is going to definitely help you in this necessary revision and reviewing and going over whatever it is that you're trying to manifest. It could even have to do with an investment, you know, where you want to make this investment, but something's going on where you're not able to make it right now. But that Mercury retrograde is going to end up bringing either another idea or help from some place having to do with it. So it's a good thing ultimately. Like this is the kind of thing where the delay is definitely a good thing for you. Unless like big news ultimately ends up arriving for you around your home life around the end of the month in the blue moon energy, which is that full moon in Pisces on August 30th. And that's when going with the flow is definitely going to be the way to go. I sound like a poet here. The end of the month, going with the flow. Everything is happening exactly the way that it's supposed to happen, right? So let's unpack the basic transits and let's start with the full moon in Aquarius on August 1st. And this is happening in your third house. So again, full moons have to do with a culmination, a realization of something that already is, okay? Very emotional. The moon is connected to not only our emotions, very connected to family, it's connected to the females in our life, it's very connected to property and real estate. Aquarius has to do with our future, so there could be some sort of realization, where are we going? Having to do with goals and gains or long-term money. Do we have enough money for A, B, and C? Are we going to be able to do A, B, and C? Whatever it is, there's going to be a lot of conversation about it because it's happening in your third house. So looking at, for a lot of you, full moon in Aquarius, conversation about the future with siblings, extended family member, neighbors. It could also be a significant other, as far as the pragmatics of how your life is going to be rolling out. But there's this vibe that's very connected to negotiation, to contracts, to figuring something out. There's a lot of this energy there. Now, this particular full moon in Aquarius on the 1st, right, and as I said in the beginning of the video, it's like the moon energies are like a sandwich, right? So the full moon in Aquarius is kind of like the top piece of bread, but that energy is squaring Jupiter in Taurus in the 6th house, which has to do with all about being of service, but it is connected to your health. And how it is that you're moving forward regarding your health. It also has to do with your daily work environment and how things are rolling out there. Now, the square can mean that there's tension here. So there could be some sort of tension or concern. If your health is fine, then it could be some sort of situation that's going on in your daily work environment with people who are in that space. Now, when we have a full moon in the 3rd house and we have a square to the 6th house, there can be a lot of tension there when it comes to acting on or verbalizing your feelings about a particular situation. So, of course, it could be expressing how it is that you feel about a work situation, expressing how you feel about mental, physical, or your emotional health, or expressing concerns even about one of your pets. Okay, so it's starting the month off. Okay, going to be in your feels, realizing things as far as moving forward. You're going to feel like you need to have a conversation about the future. Now, a couple of weeks later, on the 16th, we do have the new moon. It's a new moon, so there are new ideas, new emotions hitting the scene here in Leo, which is very connected to monetizable talent, any sort of creative project, entrepreneurial energies, your children, falling in love, love affairs, romance. There's a new moon in that space. So new moon in Leo in the 9th house for you. There could be, 9th house is very connected to marketing, launching, advertising, publishing, doing a lot of editing as well, negotiating, getting something out there. It's very connected to legalities. It's also connected to spirituality, and as well as anything pertaining to the law, legalities, and local governance. So there could be some sort of negotiations that are going on for you surrounding a creative project or something connected to a monetizable talent, or there could be something going on in the life of your child, especially your oldest child, because that would be more Leo energy, connected to some sort of legal situation. It could certainly be that, this could be going on. Now, that energy is squaring Uranus and Taurus in the 6th house. So we have another square, uncomfortable conversation in Uranus, which is all about, shocking surprises, things needing to be different. He is the revolutionary energy of the zodiac. It's like, get me out of here. I need freedom. Get these shackles off, right? And it's in Taurus, which has to do with the money that you have, possessions that you have, things that you have that matter to you, in the 6th house, which is, again, your daily work environment. So, you could be very reactive when it comes to circumstances going on in the work environment around your colleagues or around people who work for you, where you're standing up for them. That could certainly be playing out. A real drive for fairness, I guess, is a really good way of explaining this. Now, the new moon in Leo, though, in the 9th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in the 6th, could actually be very positive as well when it comes to starting negotiations, because the 6th house actually begins legal situations. The 9th house is where the lawyers are there and we're actually negotiating and putting together the paperwork. So there could be a lot of negotiating, and that's the square. The square is just a conversation that needs to be had. It's a situation that's not really comfortable because things need to be ironed out. So that would be a very positive way of looking at it. The full moon in Pisces on the 30th, which is that blue moon energy, that's happening in the 4th. Now, full moon, something being realized, it's been cooking. Pisces has to do with something that you've very much been wanting. Fourth house, this could be a home that you've been trying to get. This could have to do with the emotional stability that you've been trying to achieve. This is a lovely energy. Now, it is conjunct Saturn retrograde in that space, that same space, Pisces in the fourth. And what's nice about Saturn retrograde is it's very internal, first of all, and it's this realization of responsibility. So it's something that you've been wanting to do and you're going to get it, but it's going to require a lot more responsibility now moving forward. But it's ultimately going to be something that's very good for you. Now, on the 23rd, we have two things going on. The sun popping into Virgo and Mercury going retrograde, both in Virgo, both in your 10th house of career, public reputation, and standing in the world. It has to do with the status of your marriage long-term. It has to do with the long-term direction that you're heading in and whoever would be on that path with you. So whenever the sun goes into a sign, that's the focus. So for you, long-term plans are the focus. Your career is the focus. That's the focus, where it is that you're going, right? Your public reputation, your standing in the world, that's the focus. Now, when it goes in, though, Mercury is retrograde. So expect you're going to be hearing from people you haven't heard from in so long, right? As that happens a lot, when Mercury retrograde is in the 10th, it's almost like people come back from like the fourth house energy from earlier in your life, right? So don't be surprised if people come back around. So you're going to be seeing a lot of people you haven't seen in a long time in the month of August, I feel like, for a lot of you, which can be very good. Mercury retrograde in Virgo is so good to really identify like the pieces of the puzzle that need to be addressed. You don't get, we have to be a little careful of this, that we don't really look so much at big picture thinking. We're looking more at like the minutia of the moment. We don't want to get tripped up in that. You don't want to get tripped up in the minutia and the daily responsibilities of anything, because Virgo is very to be of service. Virgo is very accommodating, but Virgo is very critical, and it's very focused. So you don't want to be too focused, narrow focused, right, on circumstances that are changing in your life where it's too difficult for you to see the larger picture. So I'm just saying that for some of you, it's very easy to slip into that energy in this space. So again, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. You just want to watch out. But I like the Mercury retrograde in the 10th also in Virgo, because besides people, generally speaking, you can also be reconnecting with people that you used to work for or work with, that you haven't worked with in a long time. But the connection is going to be beautiful. The reconnection is going to be really great. And it's going to make you feel really good. Connecting with these particular individuals, that's going to feel very good to you, especially if they worked for you or they worked with you, not necessarily people who you worked for. That might not be as welcomed, to be honest with you, but the other way around, that would be a nice energy. Now, going on to the 27th, we have Mars going into Libra. And that's in your 11th house. I actually really like this for you, Sag. Mars is that warrior energy. We need warrior energy in the 11th house, right? Because that 11th house is about our goals. It's about our gains. It is definitely connected to older siblings, friends, daughter-in-laws, son-in-laws, stepchildren, grandchildren. And Mars is a combative energy. He is, but he's also the energy and the life force that we need to actually get things going, move it along. And Libra is a Venus-ruled energy, so very connected to like creativity. It's very connected to relationships, very connected to self-esteem. So you're going to be kind of laser focused on where it is that you want things to go. You're going to want to be large and in charge. You're going to have your ideas, your ideologies, and you're going to want to be exercising them. There's nothing wrong with that. You do want to just make sure that you're doing a little pulse check of everyone that you're dealing with, because I do feel like you can have a lot of things up in the air and a lot of people, even though it's a retrograde month for you, I feel like it's going to ultimately end up being kind of busy as far as meeting with people, and people are going to be asking a lot of you, and nothing crazy, but just asking a lot of you. So you just want to make sure that you're mindful of how you respond to people, and that you're being fair and mindful of everybody that you're dealing with. Now, Uranus is going retrograde in Taurus, and this is happening in your 6th house. And This is a little bit of a reprieve. So when it comes to like your health, or when it comes to your daily work environment, or even situations that are going on with your pet, Uranus retrograde, if you've been feeling any sort of tension when it comes to trying to manifest some sort of contract, straighten something out in work, get ahead of something having to do with your health, whatever it is. It's not that Uranus retrograde makes everything go away, but he gives us like a 4.5 month, a bit of a reprieve, right? And it's about going within and really thinking about future and thinking about money and thinking about your daily work environment. So a lot of you are going to be thinking, okay, how can I take care of my health differently, but in a lighter space, right? How can I bring myself more money in my daily environment, right? Because it's in Taurus energy in the 6th house, and saying, maybe I want to get a side hustle, or maybe I want to get a new job altogether, or maybe I want to just do something, thinking about the future, right? It's definitely going to be on your mind. And use the energy of all of these planets being retrograde through the month of August to actually think and kick around certain ideas in your mind. Because even though you have some sort of very like acute project that's like right here, you're going to also you're also going to be thinking about long term, like beyond. So something to just keep in mind. Why don't we discuss career? I just feel like for you, there's going to be a lot of motivation, a lot of optimism. You're going to be going after whatever it is that you want really fearlessly. Your adaptability, your open-mindedness is going to be such a good asset as you're navigating through some sort of changes and challenges that are definitely going to be going on this month. Even though there's going to be certain delays in one part of your life, it's not going to be all of your life. And it's going to be so obvious to you why the delays are there. It's like this needs to do this so that this could do this, and everything is just very connected. So this month you really should focus on enhancing your skills, enhancing your knowledge through learning any kind of new opportunities that come in. It's not about being happy with the status quo, not that you shouldn't be happy with your life, but it's about you're being called forth to have new opportunities, exercise and getting into new things. It's going to be good for you. So embrace the new challenges with confidence. Go after any sort of learning opportunities to enhance any potential skill set that you have here. Your optimism is absolutely going to be your superpower, because it's going to lead to some really nice new opportunities. So with that, let's pull a couple of cards. Let's see what we have here. But we'll pull 4. Let's see what we have. Okay, 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, I feel like I know where this is going. 4 of Swords, figuring out a different strategy. Yeah. 10 of Cups. Yeah, thinking long term. King of Swords. I love it. You're being super logical. You're being very logical. You're not allowing your emotions to get in the way. 10 of Cups, it's like, what's best for my people, what's best for my family, what's best for my long term. I mean, this is also very much bringing something together that you've really been working on. That's that 10 of Cups energy, really beautiful, being very logical. The 4 of Swords is you're taking some sort of different approach, Sag. There's something that you're doing that's different. It's like you're stepping back and you're like, okay, now I'm going to have to handle this a little bit differently. Let me sit down and think about this. And some of you might be stepping back for perspective. Some of you might be talking to a therapist or a lawyer about strategy moving forward, or maybe even your significant other. But it's like, okay, this hasn't really been working. So let's try a little bit of a different strategy, because the 5 of Pentacles is not feeling very supported when it comes to something. You might be worried about your money. I mean, this could be very real, where you are fearing a lack mentality. You're fearing losing the security of a job or your home. Could be the security of a relationship, whatever it is. But you're fearing it. You have more support than you realize, but it may not be like right in front of you. So I feel like you're worried about money, or you're worried about connection, and you're like, okay, I have to reassess here. I want to re-strategize doing something differently, and manifesting that 10 of Cups with the King of Swords. And the key here is this King of Swords energy, which is very focused on not allowing your emotions to get the best of you. I mean, you guys are fire. It's not about that. I don't know what else is in your chart, but staying very calm and very logical, right? And not allowing, you know, the emotions of anything to get the best of you, right, in this energy. So that is what I have for you, my friends. I hope this was helpful in some way. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. See you next time. Bye-bye. Hi, Capricorn. I hope you guys are doing great. Let's talk about August. So let's open this up with sometimes you win and sometimes you're just there to learn a big old lesson. And nothing's going to be more true or feel more true than as we step into the month of August, Cap, especially on August 1st. Well, it's around August 1st, also August 27th, right? Which is when the planets really clash with our ruler. I'm saying ours because you guys know Cancer, Capricorn rising as well. So the thing is, with that Libra South node now in your career sector, these setbacks could very well be messages that a change is just needed to happen, you know, in this area of your life. If by the end of the month you decide to get some sort of extra training or expand your reach, that retrograde of Mercury from August 23rd until the middle of September, September 15th, is really going to help you in that process. Mercury retrograde is so good for learning something new that will level up your game in some sort of way, you know. And it's definitely a nice energy because Mercury rules your 6th as well as your 9th house. So that you know, daily work environment, it's that 6th house, 9th house, your ability to like move forward. Such a nice energy. And despite that, the August sky does bring a lot of stability and growth for your career, though, believe it or not. I mean, the planetary alignments do suggest a time of focus, lots of diligence, right, in this energy, allowing you to make a lot of really good, steady progress towards your professional goals, whatever that is for you. And your hard work and your discipline are going to be recognized by other people, at least by your superiors in whatever area you're in. It's going to end up leading you to opportunities for advancement. Even if it's not right now, people are watching, they're seeing, and they're digesting what it is that you're bringing to the table. You need to avoid, though, being overly critical of yourself and of others, because you don't want to end up hindering your ability to collaborate effectively. That's the only little caveat here. Again, this is an excellent time to seek anyone, I was to say a mentor, but maybe guidance from somebody who is very experienced and seasoned in your arena, in your area, anybody who can help you, right? This is such a good time to accept the help, to embrace it, and to learn something new. There's a little bit of career advice. Stay focused on your goals here and just maintain a super positive attitude. Go for the mentorship, seek out people who maybe know a little more, you know, absorb their wisdom, listen to what it is, you know, that they could offer you. Any kind of advice would be great. Okay, now let's just discuss more specifically how these the other transits are going to be impacting you as the month rolls out. So to start, we have the full moon in Aquarius on the 1st, and this is happening in your 2nd house. It is squaring Jupiter and Taurus in your 5th house. So that 2nd house, first of all, full moon, culmination, something that's been cooking underneath the surface is coming up to be realized. It's happening in the sign of Aquarius, which is connected to goals and gains. So money for the future, thinking about the future, you're thinking about friends, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, stepchildren, grandchildren, older siblings, something coming right to the surface. And when it's connected to the 2nd house, there's this realization within you about something that was going on maybe with older siblings, or again, stepchildren, grandchildren, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, anybody that friends, associates, that challenged your sense of self and your sense of your self-esteem. Because it's squaring Jupiter in Taurus. Taurus is the landlord of the 2nd house, and that's happening in your 5th house. So not to get into too much into the weeds of it, but it's like a relationship with somebody who's got this Aquarian 11th house energy. Again, older sibling, grandchildren, stepchildren, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, friends, basic colleague, not colleagues that you work with on a day-to-day, but just like people that you connect with, right, in your life. Something about your energy when it connects with them that's been painful, that's been challenging your sense of self, that's been challenging your self-esteem. and this is something that you're realizing and you're not going to want to deal with anymore because you're very ready to grow beyond it, expand it, and not allow someone to have so much power and control over you. Really is as simple as that, as complex as that, but as simple as that. Now, a straight up full moon in Aquarius, full moon, when we have it in the second house, something coming to fruition. Second house has to do with the money that you make from the work that you do. So there could be some sort of, realization about your finances and that maybe you need to handle them a bit differently. Okay. Now, sandwiched in between the full moon in Aquarius and that blue moon, full moon in Pisces at the end of the month, is the new moon in Leo. And that's happening on the 16th. And that is happening in your 8th house. And it is squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 5th house. So new moon, new realization, 8th house. You might find out you have a bill. You could be dealing with some sort of situation pertaining to a bill where you have to sit down and have a conversation. How are you going to work out that debt, the taxes, financial situation? Okay. Now, the new moon in the 8th house could also bring in money that you weren't expecting from a partner, from an inheritance, from an insurance payout, from some sort of investment, right? Because the 8th house also rules the stock market, rules endings and beginnings. It's a very, very cyclical energy there. Now it is squaring Uranus, shocking Uranus, which is very focused on, it's a very revolutionary energy. He's very focused on what's right and what's fair in Taurus, which is connected to money and self-esteem when it comes to the 5th house and of your joy, right? So there can be some challenges that come up when it comes to your money versus a partner's money and you feeling comfortable and happy about it. I'm just saying that could be something that ends up coming out that you're realizing that you need to sort of unpack and navigate. Because in the new moon is bringing new emotions as far as what it is that it's going to make you happy, connected to your children, connected to your relationship, connected to a project that is being worked on, a monetizable project or monetizable talent, creative project, anything like that. Because it's squaring Uranus and Taurus in the 5th. There's a lot of Leo energy there because the new moon is in Leo, which he's the landlord of the 5th house, and your Taurus energy is in the 5th house. So it's very interesting because for a lot of you, some sort of like either a situation with your kids, again, some sort of creative endeavor, whatever's going on there. I feel like for a lot of you, this could either be a make or break. Like you're either going to find out that you're getting something financed and it's going to just boom, you're just going to go guns a-blazing into full throttle planning something, or you're going to realize that you have to go in another direction. But there's something happening with 5th house energy. So either a creative project, your children, a relationship where you're not married, okay, or something to do with your pets, is coming up for me as well. Not that your pets are the 6th house, but the pets are coming through with this Virgo energy because there's going to be a lot of focus on, because the sun is going into Virgo in your 9th house. So, checking on your pets, or how are they doing? Is everybody doing okay in that part of your family? Okay. But something with a project. Now, the full moon in Pisces, which is interesting because Pisces is also very creative. It's something behind the scenes. It's something that's been planned. There's this realization coming to fruition in the 3rd house of communication. So you can find out, thumbs up, you got the job, you got the financing, you got the fill in the blank, whatever it is. Conjunct Saturn retrograde in Pisces in the 3rd, you're just going to have to work a little harder than you've been right now. So things can get very busy from, in that space. So communication, super important. I mean, it always is, but it's going to be really important that you're mindful of how your words come out and how you execute what it is that you want to say. Okay. Now the sun goes into Virgo and Mercury goes retrograde in Virgo, both on the 23rd, both in your 9th house. So whenever the sun moves into a sign, that's the focus for the month. So for you, the focus of the month is negotiating. Let's unpack 9th house energy. So it's a space of negotiating and legalities. It also rules higher education and higher mindedness, importing and exporting, foreign land, foreign travel, advertising, marketing, launching, editing, publishing, getting something out there to the world, right? A lot of negotiating in that house. There's no question about it. But now we have Mercury retrograde in there. So you might be realizing that you have to go back and tweak something. So if it's a project that you want to get out there, you're going back and you're tweaking it. Maybe you're doing something, you know, if you work in higher education, if you work in the legal field, if you work in importing and exporting, if you work in anything having to do with advertising, marketing, anything like that, any of those occupations that I mentioned, you may be going back and learning a new skill. Maybe you're learning a new computer program, right? Or you're learning something new that's going to ultimately end up leveling you up. It's a nice energy here, guys. It really is nice. I really like Mercury retrograde in that Virgo energy in the 9th house, because first of all, Virgo season, we focus on the pieces of the puzzle. We're very focused on the pragmatics. We're very focused on how can we be of service? How can we make this happen? How can we problem solve? It's all about, right? And so that there's going to be so much focus here. And what I like about it is, okay, things need to be worked out. Let's problem solve. Hold on. Let's contact so-and-so from the past. Let's think about, what did we do last time? How did we end up here? And it's going and using the past in a good way to figure out the present. Really nice energy. Absolutely beautiful. Now, we also have Mars going into Libra, and that's happening on the 27th in your 10th house. Mars in Libra in the 10th is you're going to have so much fire under your feet to just go, go, go in your career. Now, we have to remember it is working with South Node. So there's a lot of very focused, guided energy to bring you what it is that you need. Keep in mind, Mars is the Tower in Tarot, which is all about necessary surrender. Now, Mars and Libra in the 10th house can absolutely be saying, a lot of you are going to be saying, that's it. I can't be in this marriage anymore, this relationship. I can't be in this job anymore. I cannot run my life like this anymore. Nope, this is not what I want for 10th house long term. I don't want the people on my path who are on my path right now in the way that they are long term. I don't want the situations on my path long term, right? So there's got to be a necessary surrender in some part of your life and you know where you're feeling it. But it's in that 10th house. It's like wherever you thought you were going to be going long term, it's like, it's time to go get into something that treats you better, that's kinder, that's more fair, more equitable, more level, transparent. So if you've been trying to fit a circle in a square with your career, you're going to feel, and you already know this is, you already know these things, but this is going to be the thing that's just going to sort of like say, all right, come on, Kat, we got to go over the fence. That's it. We have to make the change, right? Because it's just not going to be able to, to keep going there, right? So allowing that change, in that space, allowing that necessary surrender, standing up for yourself, really let it be very grounded and rooted in positive self-esteem and a clear sense of self. Now, at the end of the month on the 28th, we do have Uranus retrograde in Taurus, and that is in your 5th house. So, Uranus is a very powerful energy. When it's retrograde, it's powerful within us, right? Kind of manifests more internally, thinking about our future. Uranus is very connected to the future, doing things different, doing things out of the box. And what can happen when Uranus goes retrograde within us is suddenly we feel different. It's like, whoa, I'm like a different version of myself. Where did that come from? And in the 5th house, it's realizing some of you may be suddenly looking at your children differently, changing your relationship with them. Not that you don't love them or not, but maybe you're realizing that they've reached a certain point in their life and it's time to loosen the apron strings, or maybe you're realizing that they need more help from you as they go into the future, anything like that. It could also be the way that you deal with relationships, the way that you deal with joy, the way that you deal with some sort of monetizable talent. There's got to be but you're changing. So it's less of the change coming where it's happening to like from the outside to you, and it's happening more within you, where you're going to be changing what it is that you feel like you need on a soul level to feel happy. Okay, so that's metaphorically, right? As far as your joy and what it is that you want to do. But Uranus retrograde in Taurus in the 5th house could also be changing your perspective on some sort of like creative project. There could be some sort of where you haven't actually changed, but you're realizing that you have to handle something differently, right? So maybe finding out that you have to handle your children differently, or some sort of creative project, or your business is going to have to be handled differently. But it's rooted in this idea where you're realizing that in order to move forward into the future, something's got to be different. Things cannot continue to be exercised the way that they've been. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense to you. Let's pull a couple of cards and see if we can get some additional messages for you, Capricorn friends. Lover's energy, Gemini. Mature, very mature. So if this has to do with a relationship, it's like needing to balance out a relationship very maturely. Everybody's got to chip in, like 20/80. It's got to be where you both chipping in. If it has to do with a job, you're not going after what's easiest, so you're not making anything just about the money. You're really thinking about long-term here. Okay, very like mature perspective, because there's imbalance. So there's got to be some sort of balance had, right, in this situation. Death card, so something's ending, sure. Some of you might be moving. Okay. Temperance, another major arcana. Something's got to be balanced out. Beautiful energy there. Especially after a difficult time period, there being this balance figured out. So that's perfect. Because we have the Lovers, we have the Death, and then we have Temperance. So, something's got to give. Something does give with the Death energy. So some of you may be swapping out, like, how it is that you make money, or hours that you put into a job. It doesn't mean that you have to leave something altogether, but there's got to be some sort of stepping away from the way in which you're doing something now at this point, so that you can reconcile some sort of situation, even if it's only within yourself. And then we have the Justice energy, right? Having to do with marriage, having to do with a boss or bosses, some sort of contract that you're in. Some of you, why do I feel like some of you, the Hangman? So you might be feeling like there are things going on here that you're not totally aware of, and you're just kind of not sure. You're a little confused about how it is that you feel about either a relationship and or a job. So don't make any big changes now. You don't have to make any big changes the month of August. It's retrograde. Everything's retrograde. So better to just sort of get your ducks in a row. Definitely expand your skill set though, like that's coming through several different ways, right? In the chart, in the sky that I see. But if something is not feeling right to you, don't sign that fill in the blank. I don't care what it is. The job, don't get the car, don't buy the house, whatever it is. See if you can just wait until things are a lot more clear. You waited this long. Just give until the middle of September, till Mercury comes out of retrograde. So that's what I have for you, my friends. I hope this was helpful for you in some way. You guys take care. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hey, Aquarius, I hope you're doing great. So listen, there's no way sometimes to sugarcoat a situation. Relationships are going to require a bit of work this month. This is especially going to be true for you between August 12th and August 17th. Just putting you on high alert. It'll be really crucial for you that you are open to seeing things differently. You may have a very definitive view on how you think something should be rolling out. But luckily, Mercury and Mars are so going to help you do that. So don't worry about it. I don't want you to be nervous about anything, but relationships are definitely going to be something that you need to address this month. Now, while relationships are transforming for all of the signs, everybody, right, because of the South Node in Libra, for you, the true test is about finding and reaching that level of true intimacy where you feel really comfortable in that space, where you feel very open. And really okay with everything that the relationship is asking of you. Now, the good news here is that if things have been really kind of like up and down or questionable at home, about home, maybe about a move, or things literally going on in the home space, or something going on with family, this Uranus retrograde, which is starting on the 28th, it's lasting until mid-January, is definitely going to calm down any of the confusion and chaos that might have been surrounding you up to now, especially concerning home and or family, anything like that. So let's just unpack some of the transits, and then we'll discuss career, and then I'll pull some cards. Excuse me. So we got the full moon in your sign on August 1st, starting out the month with the full moon in your energy, and it's squaring Jupiter and Taurus in your fourth house of home. So let's unpack this, but let's just understand the moon energies, how powerful they are, right? So we have the full moon in you, and then we have the full moon, which is the blue moon in Pisces at the end of the month. And then it's like the meat in the sandwich is the new moon in Leo on the 16th. So again, let's unpack. Full moon, awareness, things rising to the surface, something culminating. You guys are all about the future, doing things differently, looking at your roles and gains, looking at your friends, looking at where it is that you're going. It's squaring, which means it's in a tough conversation with Jupiter, who's all about growth and our truth. And it's in Taurus, which is connected to your money, your sense of self, your self-esteem. And it's in the fourth house. So some of you may work from home, looking at where it is that you live, or some sort of circumstances that are going on within the home. So some of you might be like, I think it's time for me to move out. I think I need to go in a different direction. Or maybe I just want to get a different job while I'm working at home. It could certainly have to do with that. Some of you may be in a space of confliction between living at home or staying in a current living situation for the sake of money, even if you feel like you're being pushed in a different direction, where you would ultimately much prefer to do something else out there where you don't have to stay in the situation. It's not so much that like you hate where it is that you are or anything like that. It's not about that. It's just that you're changing and you're really thinking about your future, and you're thinking about your truth and where it is that you're going. Now it's squaring Jupiter. Now Jupiter is the natural landlord of is the natural ruler of the ninth house, which has to do with higher education, higher mindedness, legalities, law, local governance, importing and exporting, foreign land, foreign travel, dealing with people from foreign cultures. It deals with publishing, everything. I always say that, ninth house is always such a big house, but Jupiter is the ruler of that space, right? And so, looking at that and looking at your sense of self and your self-esteem and looking at your money, and is all of that on point where you feel emotionally secure because it's in that fourth house. It's working with that fourth house energy. Are you feeling emotionally secure? And if not, it feels like you're going to be feeling pushed to make some sort of changes. And that's what's going to be happening. I mean, you just have to know that. Pluto getting ready to go into your sign, you're going to be doing some really, really, really big changing, especially over the next couple of years, as Pluto's like teetering back and forth between Capricorn and you. It's like, in Capricorn now, middle of January, be back in you. Let's get dipped back into Capricorn and then go back to you, November of 2024. He's going to be dug in for 20 years, right? He's going to totally change you. It's just really, it's amazing. I told you I'm Capricorn rising, so I had him in my first house for 15 years, and I look back and I am a very different person. It was all good stuff. It's all good stuff. I don't want you to be afraid of it, but you're changing. So you're looking at like your core. You're looking at your inner base of operations. You're looking at what it is that you need to feel emotionally secure. And there's this you're in this period, uninvited or not, of assessment of what that actually means for you. Now, let's go into the new moon in Leo, which is happening on the 16th. That's happening in your seventh house of serious partnerships and contracts. So new moon is a new realization. This is not something that's been cooking. And when it's in Leo, Leo has to do with falling in love, love affairs, romance. That seventh house has to do with your boss, your bosses. It has to do with serious relationships. It has to do with your clients, who you serve. Yeah, a lot of times new moon in the I've seen this new moon in Leo in the seventh, it can bring you meeting somebody new through work. It could certainly be that, or some sort of new realization. A new moon in Leo in the seventh, you and a partner could find out that you're expecting a child, which if that's something you've been trying for, congratulations, because Leo rules children, especially your first child. Seventh house is your marriage. New moon is also this call to have more fun, because Leo is very connected to fun and joy. Again, new moon is like our feelings and wanting to feel connected, you know, and really and having and feeling that childlike energy, you know, wanting to do all of those things with your partner. But it's squaring Uranus and Taurus in the fourth. So what could be the issue? Maybe you're geographically undesirable for each other. Maybe you guys have a long distance relationship and you don't live near each other. Or maybe you don't have the money, right? So you're worried about your emotional stability, you're worried about money, so you don't have the money. Or you're saving for the future, right? It could certainly be that as well. But that could there would need to be some sort of, it's almost like this desiring something that you actually can't have right now in relationship. With desiring something, seventh house, even having to do with a boss or a job that you just can't have right now. For some of you, it's maybe that you're working from home and you don't really want to work from home anymore. You know, could be that as well. These are energies that can absolutely come up because you're just not feeling that connection. You're not feeling as satisfied. It's like the experience of maybe being closer to where your work is and actually dealing with people. That might be something that you're kind of craving on a soul level. Now, the full moon, which is the blue moon in Pisces at the end of the month on the 30th, that's happening in your second house. So full moon in Pisces, again, culmination, realization. Pisces can be very self-sacrificing, very self-sabotaging, right? Second house has to do with the money that you make from the work that you do, but there could also be, you do want to just be a little careful that you don't slip into any sort of like feeling sorry for yourself, okay? You really do want to avoid that because keeping it real, all of this emotional moon energy, even though you guys are such a mature air sign, this is powerful stuff, guys, right? I mean, just to have two full moons bookmarking each other and to have the new moon in an energy like Leo, it's realizing you miss your friends, you miss joy, some of you maybe even miss having sex, or you miss feeling romantic. Maybe you miss being in a relationship. For a lot of you, there could be missing of your children. These are things that could be coming up, right? And then it's like, okay, well, here it is, this full moon in Pisces on the 30th in the second house. It's a culmination of something having to do with either finances, self-esteem, sense of self, and it's conjunct Saturn retrograde. Saturn retrograde is very eyes wide open, no rose-colored glasses when it comes to responsibilities and how we need to step up. And that could be very like a stark reality to you where you're like, okay, hold on. I need to sort of revamp things when it comes to how I'm spending money, how I'm looking at money, what I'm doing for my money, and all of that. So there's a lot that I'm explaining a lot, but that this is like where your mindset is what I'm seeing is where it's going to be. Now, the sun goes into Virgo. So whenever the sun goes into a sign, that's the focus. And Virgo is very critical. And this is going to be focused on your 8th house of endings and beginnings, life and death, divorce, relationships that didn't work out, the idea of commitment and what that really means to you, sex and intimacy, what does that really mean to you? 8th house is other people's money. It has to do with the stock market, investments, inheritance, insurance payouts, money coming from other people, your partner's money as well. So it could be a lot of focus there, but there can be a lot of critical energy surrounding that as well. So this could even be towards somebody who is no longer even in your life, right? Because it's all about cycles. And because we're in such heavy retrograde energy, things coming up from the past that might be needing to be healed, really needing to be healed, especially with this sun in Virgo and then the Mercury retrograde in Virgo as well happening on the 23rd, same house. So, Mercury, what's on our mind in the 8th house. The 8th house deals with everything that's happened our whole life that we've never really fully properly gotten over and or addressed in the way that we were supposed to. And it's not that easy for some signs to do that, like Aquarius, a lot of you, just the default of Aquarius is to compartmentalize, and I used to kind of half joke about this. Yeah, it's been a while, but where it's like Aquarius has some sort of circumstance happen and it's emotional, but in order to just deal with life, there is this ability as an air energy, as the oldest air energy, to emotionally disconnect and take that thing, You're still sensitive though. So you take that thing and you put it in a cabinet right over here. And then you shut it and you lock it. And you're like, keep wherever. And then suddenly, years later, just driving home from work one day, suddenly that thing, it just whips open and that thing comes out at you. And suddenly you are realizing how the past has impacted you, right? Where you were able to put it away and compartmentalize it at one point, it comes back around. So you guys are sensitive. Now with the Mercury retrograde, this is what can happen. Cabinets could open, you know what I mean, from your past. And this is all good because whatever's opening to come out needs to be looked at, because whatever's in the 8th house needs to be looked at, you know, just it does. And the good part that I like about this happening in Virgo is that, you know, Virgo, Sun of Virgo is an energy that's very focused. And I say this a lot on the pieces of a puzzle. Well, when it's in the 8th house, I think this is healthy because it's like, all right, the reason that that happened and that happened and that happened, or the way that I can manifest this, this, and this is I have to do this, then this, then this. There's a breaking down of process to either understand why something happened the way it did, and or also what it is that you need to do as you move into this next stage of your life. I hope that makes sense to you, right? So there's something almost tidy and organized about it, if that makes sense to you, having to do with this retrograde energy with Mercury. I like Mercury retrograde in Virgo. We get stuff done. We get stuff done. We do. And in the 8th house, you're getting it done. You're organizing what you have to compartmentalize, having to do with the past, what you can process now, what maybe you need to put in a drawer until later. But not everything is going to be able to stay in the cabinets and drawers right now. You're going to have to like really and do some work right this month. Trust me, it'll be good for you. And then we have Mars in Libra, and that's happening in your 9th house. Now, what I like about this is that Mars is the tower energy in tarot, because he is meant for our highest good. He is our personal warrior. Mars sends up the red flags. We ignore them because who likes red flags? They're uncomfortable, but it's part of the human condition. You know, it's like that thing is no good for you. Yeah, right, whatever. Yeah, when I get around to it, you know, that kind of thing. Well, Mars in the 9th house, the 9th house is your truth. The 9th house is where God speaks to us. The 9th house it's the great benefic energy. It's the essence of what you need to move forward in your life to become more than who it is and who and what you are. It's the energy of negotiating, getting things out there to the world so that you can advance. It's why it rules advertising and marketing and launching and editing and travel, whether it's literal or metaphorical, like going to museums and just growing and expanding our mind. It's why it rules higher education, right? So Jupiter's like a pretty big deal here, right? So we have to understand how Jupiter is actually playing out in this energy, because Jupiter rules the 9th house. Right. And when you have Mars going into that space, what are you a warrior for? Your own truth, so that you can move forward. So it's almost like needing the shackles removed, Aquarius, when it comes to that relationship that you weren't able to sort of shake off of your energy, that job that didn't work out, those friends, the situation with children, because Libra's ruled by Venus, and Venus is a very maternal energy. It's very like, I got to shake this off. And Mars is all about it. Mars is like, come on, that's it. Necessary surrender. You got to be able to put it down if you want to start looking at it differently. It's a new day. You can't go home again, in a sense, right? So it's about accepting what's been so that you could sort of allow yourself to transition into what needs to be. Now, you on a soul level are vibing this because we do have Uranus retrograde in Taurus in the 4th house. The 4th house is the deepest house of your chart, Aquarius. It is your inner base of operation. Yes, it deals with real estate and property in your home. It deals with parenting, your first family, like your sibling, your early environment, your family, and your family now. Uranus is about the future. It's about doing things differently. Retrograde means you are the one who's going to be different moving into the future. You have 4.5 months of support by your ruler. Uranus is your modern ruler. Pluto is your original ruler. So these two energies together are saying, come on, time to revamp your inner self as far as your sense of self, your self-esteem, your money, and your emotional stability. Nothing to be mad at here. I actually think this is going to be so not only supportive of you, but there's going to be like that kind of energy, like a little bit of a flip and a reprieve. Thank you very much for like 4.5 months. Okay. So I think that's going to ultimately be pretty good for you. So let's talk about your career. So August brings some pretty positive stuff for you. Again, with Saturn, your original ruling planet is in a really good favorable position for you. I feel like, you're going to experience some sort of surge of discipline, the surge of determination because of everything that I was just mentioning, especially while Uranus is getting very clear. Uranus is getting clear within you about what it is that you want and what matters to you and what should you look for, in your future, career, friendships, relationships, like what should you look for? And this is a newfound focus. This is going to feel very new, really is. And it's going to drive you to pursue, a lot of you, to pursue new career opportunities with so much enthusiasm. Network and collaboration is just going to be happening. It's going to play a very crucial role in your success this entire month. I feel like that's, allow yourself to build the beneficial professional relationships. Don't say, no, I don't feel like going, or, you don't want to be a hermit. You don't want to do the hermit thing. You may receive some recognition for what it is that you bring to the table, whether it's an innovative way of approaching a project or whether it has to be with your particular work ethic, anything like that. Maybe your problem solving skills, Aquarius, you guys are so smart, problem solve so well. But leverage your determination and your innovative ideas, leverage those to build some new connections. I mean, this is just about playing it smart and connecting and then utilizing those connections. So remain very open, though, to feedback to improve your projects and whatever it is that you're trying to do even further. So don't take anything too sensitive this month. Really try your best not to be too in your feels as far as any sort of comment about your work. Rather than snapping to a space of disappointment or defensive,ness, see where it's coming from. I know it's hard to do that when the moon is so all over everybody this month, But let's pull a couple of cards and let's just get some additional few words from Spirit for you. We have the Three of Cups, very nice energy here, supportive energy. Six of Wands, love it. This is a really good conversation with somebody, and this is also being seen and being appreciated for what it is that you bring to the table. This is like a good luck energy is right around the corner, and with this Three of Cups, it's an energy of support. And then we have the Ace of Wands. This could be a new relationship. This could be a new job. Something new is shaken here. Absolutely nothing to hold. And then we have the Empress. Love it. Aquarius, this is fabulous. Empress energy is not only love, she's money, she's self-esteem, she's moving. She's the daughter of the mighty one. I love it. So, but this is the thing where, however you're changing, but wherever it is that you're shifting to, there's a direct express line to your sense of self and your self-esteem, which I think is fabulous. So really good energy there, guys. That's what I have for you. I hope this was helpful in some way. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. See you guys next time. Bye-bye. Pisces, I hope you guys are doing great today. So let's unpack August together. So Pisces, the most loving sign out of all 12 signs, right? You are a lover and a peace seeker. But if you've been hiding from seeing certain truths about a close friend or partnership, prepare to come back down to earth this month. You really are going to be seeing somebody or something for what it is. Now, on August 1st, and then again on August 27th, Mercury and the Sun activate that Saturn retrograde in your sign, and it's bringing stories back from the past. There's going to be a lot of energy coming up from the past. Now, Mercury goes retrograde in your relationship sector, and that's going to be starting a 3-week period of revision and give and take in your closest connections. So for a lot of you, even if you're in a relationship now, and you're trying to work out the bumps and bruises and everything now in a relationship, a lot of you may be thinking about somebody or a situation from the past. Now, that could be rolling out in a relationship, in a job, maybe in both, even in both. Now, an important message comes, or some sort of project reaches some sort of turning point at the second full moon of the month, which is obviously it's yours. It's that rare blue moon on the 30th. So something's coming in, something either a message comes in or some sort of project or situation reaches a turning point by the end of the month. So let's unpack the month and see what we come up with, and then we'll address specifically for your career, and we'll pull some cards, okay? So let's talk about this moon sandwich. So the first part of the moon sandwich is the full moon in Aquarius that's happening on August 1st. And this is happening in your home, actually. You're the 12th house. You actually naturally live in the 12th house. So this full moon, culmination of emotions about something that's been going on that's very connected to your future. But now you're asking yourself, are you selling yourself short? Are you self-sabotaging yourself? Are you martyring yourself to stay in something just so that you're in it? Because it's squaring, which means it's in an uncomfortable conversation with Jupiter, the great benefic, who's very focused on moving you forward in your truth. In Taurus, your sense of self, the money that you make from the work that you do, in the 3rd house of communication. So I do feel like a lot of you are in this space where it's like, am I in the right thing? Am I handling this the right way? Now, squares can bring a lot of tension, and that 3rd house can have you in tension with siblings, extended family, neighbors, you being in internal conflict when it comes to your neighbors or your neighborhood and where it is that you're even living now. Your mind is actually not your best friend at the beginning of this month. The emotions are going to be running high, and because the square is happening in your 3rd house of your mental realm, and Jupiter's in there, and he seems to expand things, and he's retrograde, there's going to be this like point at which you're like, I need to feel good about stuff that I'm in, and I don't want to be getting the lousy end of the stick anymore. I don't want to be walked on. I don't want to be spoken to like that. But then it's like, how do we end up mitigating that? So I'm talking about the very beginning of the month. Then as we progress, that new moon in Leo, which is happening on the 16th in your 6th house of problem solving. This is where the solutions are going to start coming in, because it's also going to be squaring its intention with Uranus, which is a revolutionary energy that's worried about your future. And when it comes to your money, how you're spoken to, how it is that you're treated. Okay, so new moons bring new information, new feelings, new emotions. And because it's in Leo, new emotions surrounding how things played out in your childhood, if you're having a little falling out with a sibling, or how things played out in that relationship, or what it is that you need to actually feel joyful and happy in your life. Right? Or even a situation that's connected to your children or the idea of children in some way. This is going to be rising up to the surface to be looked at because it's a full moon in that Leo energy. Now it's in the 6th house of problem solving. It's in the 6th house of being of service. Some of you may be realizing, you know what, maybe you have to be there a little bit more for your own children. Maybe there's some sort of, unhealthy communication going on between, you and a sibling, or you and one of your kids, or you and a significant other. This idea of like what it is that you're willing to do and the way that you're communicating, it's almost like they're having a face-off. And you just don't want to tolerate not being treated a certain way as you move into the future. This is very important to you on a soul level. Even if somebody doesn't, because I would like to believe, and I think that this would be true, right? If we're all really honest, most people, not everybody, but most people will believe their own stuff in the moment where they won't even realize how they're hurting us. And they can't see their own stuff. A lot of times people are blind to their own stuff, right? So just keeping that in mind, right? However, that doesn't make it okay, right? That people do certain things to us. Now, let's finish off that sandwich at the full moon in your sign, the blue moon energy, and August 30th in your first house. And this is going to be conjuncting Saturn retrograde in Pisces. So the thing is, that first house energy is the path that you have to walk on to get to your sun energy, right? That's what you have to understand here. So full moon in Pisces is you're realizing that there's a certain path that you're going to have to walk on in order to get to where it is that you want. And on that path is a realization that maybe you self-sabotage yourself sometimes in connections, that maybe you allow people to get away with too much, maybe a little bit of both. You got to be honest with yourself. And walking that path and recognizing the truth, because Saturn retrograde is all about truth, everything brought up from the past in that first house. In order for you to move forward down this path at this point in your life, there's got to be a lot of raw personal honesty about where you have self-sabotaged yourself in various parts of your life, because of the part of your chart, it's a little bit of a wild card. So it could have to do with relationships, family connections, work situations, whatever it is. Be super honest with yourself. But then also recognize where you allowed people to get away with too much, and look for the lessons in all of that. Because Saturn retrograde in your first is going to have you working. Saturn retrograde in the first wants you to see things clearly, wants you to be responsible, and wants you to be different with how things have been up to this point. And you're going to have the energy to support you to solve a lot of these problems. Virgo energy is very lit up this month with the sun going into Virgo and then Mercury going retrograde in Virgo, both on the 23rd, both in your seventh house. Seventh house is to do with contracts, bosses, marriage partner, serious relationships, best friend energy, the people who you serve in your industry, like your clients, your patients, whoever it is, your customers. And so there's going to be this focus on the pieces of the puzzle that need to change. And there's going to be a lot of problem solving energy here. It doesn't sound sexy and fun, but it's going to be really nice to get stuff done, to be organized, and to address what needs addressing in that part of your life with that boss or with that significant relationship. There's no question about it. Now, a lot of you, just saying, Mercury retrograde in the 7th, you're going to be thinking about somebody from your past, Pisces. It's going to happen. Some of you may be hearing from somebody from your past. Some of you may be thinking about an old boss, or think about going back to an old job, or you might be thinking about going back to an old way of working your business that used to work for you before, or going back to the same type of business that you used to have and just opening up in like a new and updated way. These are all the different ways that Mercury retrograde can end up showing itself in that 7th house. But, the serious soul connections, yes, at least like flooding your consciousness, seriously. Now, we also have Mars in Libra. That's going to be happening on August 27th, and this is going to be happening in your 8th house. Now, Mars in Libra, Mars is a warrior energy. Libra rules marriage in the 8th house of divorce. It's also the house of marriage. It's the house of cycles, but there's fighting there. So either fighting about getting married, fighting about getting divorced. It could be fights about sex and intimacy within a relationship as well, because the 8th house rules sex and the sexual organs, right? So anything going on there. There could be arguments. Just saying, it is what it is. But Mars is also this life essence energy. It's like energy to push us forward. So I like to see Mars and Libra energy in the 8th house as you rolling your sleeves up and you saying, no matter what, I need to figure this out. We need to do this together. Because Scorpio, that 8th house energy can be very, very committed. It really could be. But this is what I see here going into. Now Mars in Yeah. So, and then we have the Uranus retrograde and Taurus energy that's happening in your third house. And so Uranus retrograde is you going within and really thinking about your future and money and your sense of self and how you feel around your relationships with your siblings and your extended family and your old friends and just like, so it's a little bit of an existential kind of thing. Not a bad thing, a good thing. You're really going to be thinking about who and what you want to bring into your future and who can't because you're not willing to, not because you can't, because you don't want to. Some of you, the Taurus energy is not only a sense of self and self-esteem, but there could be a lot of reassessment when it comes to your money. Because keep in mind, Uranus is the energy of gains, right? That would be connected to, say, for example, retirement, or having enough money to actually do something big like that would have long-term ramifications. So retirement or having a baby or buying a house, or, you know what I mean? Something that's connected to that. That's what we mean by goals and gains, right? So it's very Uranus, that's very Aquarius, it's very 11th house, okay? Uranus is about shocking surprises, right? Revolutionary energy, get me out of here. I want fair, I want, I want new, I want different. When Uranus goes retrograde, we become different. And when it's in Taurus, our sense of self becomes different. But we also start approaching and viewing money differently as well. Okay. Especially with this going on in your third house, you're going to be communicating it and you're going to be thinking about it. So a lot of you might be meeting with a lawyer or a financial advisor and having the conversation about, am I going to have enough money for my retirement? What should I do with my investments now? What is some advice in order to get myself into a situation where I feel more stable as I move forward? Very practical, very pragmatic. A lot of you might be even meeting with somebody to help you get out of debt and just sort of financially advise you on a really expedited strategy to bring you into a space that you'd be living your best life in, right? Is the best way to look at that. Now, as far as your career goes, August of this year, it does present a period of introspection for you regarding your career goals and your aspirations. So right now, you may feel, excuse my voice, I'm sorry, you guys are the last video and I feel like I've been talking forever. But you may feel a little uncertain about your current situation, where you are right now, which will likely have you reassessing your long-term goals, what it is that you ultimately want. This is a great time to focus on personal development, a great time to enhance whatever skills that you have through like courses or workshops or webinars or seminars, anything like that. By the end of the month, you're going to have a lot more clarity where, when it comes to where is your career going. And that energetically is sort of going to open up and lead in some new opportunities. So it's essential for you to really trust yourself, trust your instincts. Don't rush into anything. Don't make any impulsive decisions this month, especially with all of these retrogrades, Pisces. It's not a good time to do that. So take time to reassess your career goals and invest in your personal growth and whatever that means for you. Trust your intuition to guide you towards that right path, because there is something right there. It just has to be culminated and figured out, right, in your mind, what the best next strategy is for you. So let's pull a couple of cards, see what we have. First card up is the Four of Wands. Love it. Stability. So some of you might be thinking of moving. Temperance. So temperance is balance after a difficult time period. Seven of Cups is about choices and confusion. It's a Venus and Virgo, Venus and Scorpio energy. Choices and confusion. Everything feels very up in the air. There could be commitment issues going on here. You're not sure what you want. You're not sure what you could believe. Good. And then we have the King of Swords. Good. King of Swords is a good energy because it's like not allowing yourself to get too emotionally sucked down the rabbit hole of something, so that you could stay present in the situation and be very logical and practical about something moving forward. I feel, oh, nice. I feel like I wanted to take up another one. This 10 of Cups. 10 of Cups. Very nice energy there. So 10 of Cups is about something that matters a lot to you finally coming to fruition. It's excellent for communication, any sort of family issue, any sort of business issue, being able to manifest something. But what's necessary here is this practical approach. Practical approach. Because again, everything feels kind of up in the air right now. It does seem like for you, just for this month. It's a weird month. It's a weird month. It is. It's an important month. There's not a lot of forward movement, but yet there's like a lot going on. That makes sense. Anyway, my friends, that's what I have for you. I hope this was helpful in some way. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.